Come on, let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1, we're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around the sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front.
Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has.
And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap. I'm back in. That's all right, we go again. let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1, we're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around the sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front.
Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has.
And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap. Let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1, we're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around the sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front.
Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has.
And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to third by the end of the opening lap. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. It's the sixth and final round of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series, and so far this season, we've travelled all over the world, from Paul Ricard back in April for round one, then we're off to Spa, then Watkins Glen, and then off to Kailami in Africa, the 6 hours of Silverstone, and today it finally ends here at the beautiful Suzuka circuit here in Japan. Big shout out to Andrelli for these graphics. How good is this? And look at this circuit. Plenty of famous corners in there. The 130R, the Degner curves, the spoon, and we are in Japan this afternoon. It's going to be an absolute cracking race there. You can see the qualifying times and Rain of Fire. Andrelli is a maestro. No arguments there as we get ready to go racing here. Perfect introduction there. Once again, big shout out to the great man Andrelli for that. Brilliant graphics, says Glasso, as I welcome the man alongside me as we see the cars pull away from the grid. I do apologise, we had some technical issues and had some technical issues off the top of the show here this afternoon as I welcome my co-commentator, a man who doesn't climb trees, he simply pulls them down and walks on top of them. I speak of none other than Chuck Norris. Good afternoon to you, Chuck.
Good afternoon, Trev. Good afternoon to the lovely viewers. I'm looking forward to this. These drivers had a great qualifying session actually on the Friday night, didn't they, Trev? And that top 10 shootout, that didn't disappoint whatsoever. Almost the 59s.
Let's have a look at speaking of Andrelli, these beautiful starting grid graphics. And you can see on row one, it's BCG1, the racing team, alongside Trash Talk Racing there in P2. And then we go to 3 and 4, and it's Kings Racing in third, GC Racing, the new boys, in P4. And then as we continue our formation lap, it's the podium boys in 5, and then in 6, FTSC1. And then on the fourth row of the grid, we've got 2 Ferraris. Look at that. And you can see there, it's going to be an absolutely incredible grid. FTC SC2 in 9th. And in 10th, it's the Texan Racing Team, all USA team. They're on row 5, 11th JB Group, and you can see there 12th in the Lamborghini there. It's MJC Racing there, and we're going to keep continuing on. 13th and 14th, Shakedown and Heatstroke on row 7, and Piston Broke Racing 15th, CFD in 16th, and row 9, Hooncorp 3, and they're in the Lambo, they're in 17th, FFK Motorsport in 18th. And we continue the grid there, 2 Porsches there on row 10, and then it is 2 BMWs on the 11th row of the grid as Rain of Fire just saying, Spewin' I had to pull out this morning after practice last night, and he felt like a top 10 was on the cards here this afternoon, and Sparky saying go PRT, metal steel, and then finally on the 12th and final row of the grid, Hooncorp Sports Esports down there in the Ferrari in 23rd. Big shout out to Andrelli for all of his hard work sending those graphics throughout the course of the week, and fantastic stuff. What about the intro there, Chuck Norris? And I tell you what, the viewers absolutely love that.
Yeah, honestly, I still can't get enough of that overview, the Google Maps style view onto the circuit, zooming in as well as bouncing us between everywhere that we've been over the course of this season. And obviously we're in round 6, so we've been to quite a few different tracks for quite a few different various lengths of races, where sometimes we've gone a little bit crazy over the longer ones, but we're finally here, the final round of the season, the final round of the year. Suzuka 4 hours. This is been building up to be quite a good one over the course of the day, Trev. So looking forward to almost going green here.
Cannot wait. Look at that. Norm for BCG2 and Aaron Thomas for TT Racing. They're on the first row of the grid. Maximum driving time for 2 and 3 drivers is 2 hours, 30 minutes, 70-minute stint timer. No minimum pit stops and no pit window. And ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off roughly half an hour or so late, but better late than never. As Chuck Norris would say. We're almost ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the safety car as well here this weekend, and it's caused some issues, but I think we've got that all ready to go. We are ready to go racing here. 4 hours of Suzuka ahead of us, and Norm and Aaron to kick us off. Then it's Kings Racing and GC on the second row of the grid. We're almost ready to go racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for the final round of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series here at Suzuka. The 4 hours is almost ready to get underway. In fact, we are ready. And Rain of Fire gifting one sub to the viewers. And look at this start. Can they all get away cleanly there? Norm leading into turn 1. And it looks like Wilco down there on the inside of Aaron Thomas there for P2. And it looks like that Kings Racing have moved up a spot off the start line. Norm well and truly on his way. But Chuck Norris, have they all managed to get away cleanly there at the back?
Yeah, it looks like a nice clean start by everybody as they start making their way through the S curves. A couple of people still too wide, some managing to file out to single file, but they're making their way through to the Dunlop curve and into the Degners. The first of the laps to make their way through there. But, oh, Trev, I'm loving the look of this. No safety car off the start. Everyone looking like they're ready for a jam-packed 4-hour race here.
It certainly is going to be. The timing screens are just fixing themselves up. Rain of Fire gifting the Tier 1 sub to the Kit Bias community. It's their first gifted sub in the channel. Rain of Fire gifting it to HC Eat HNNZ. And boy, oh boy, Norm, look at that. Can they all get through the hairpin cleanly on this opening lap? There's a long, long way to go. But here, Norm leading on lap 1. Twitchy up 7 spots. And look at that, Twitchy up to 17th here on the opening lap. And what a fantastic effort that is. Glasso says, great start for the entire field. And no doubt about that, never a truer word spoken here, Chuck Norris, because they've all got away cleanly on the opening lap. Zoom!
Yeah, definitely a nice clean start here as they make their way into 130R for the first time. It's one of those corners that I always get worried about people making up, getting a track warning there. But Trev, is it just me or is my eyes deceiving me? Have we got somebody who might have started from pit lane? We've got a straggler a little bit further back there.
Let's have a look and see whether it's, I think it's Injection Blitz, and it is Hammer down there. He's just coming through the 130R now, car 78, and Glasso absolutely spot on there, Chuck Norris, and there's some damage to that car as well.
Oh yeah, that's not good at all. Hopefully there was not induced by other people. That's definitely very unfortunate to see happen. Or we see good vibes with a bit of damage onto the front of his Lamborghini as well. So maybe I take my comments back there. So very unfortunate, 2 drivers looking like they were involved in an incident over the course of the opening lap. It is a long 4 hours though, so hopefully those drivers can get in. Hopefully the damage isn't too much and they can make their way through the first stint and repair the damage there.
Very hectic start. We'll get back to the business end. Thank you, Chuck Norris. And you can see there Norm leading. That gap has closed slightly here on lap 2 through the Degner curves come the field. And you can see there 1.3 seconds further back to Kings Racing and Jason Wilkinson. And then GC Racing, the new boys. And very nice indeed, everybody managing to get away cleanly here. But do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got 4 hours, Preds. 4 hours, they've got to listen to us.
Yeah, look, I think there's no better place to be for your Sunday afternoon. Turn that TV up, let those engines roar and, have our voices roaming through the whole house. There's nothing better than that for a Sunday afternoon.
No, get us on the big TV in the lounge room. If the missus wants to watch something, say 9, because you're going to be watching this stream here. It is the season finale. Metal Steel is up to P4 for PRT. Oi! Oi! And Sparky God saying, go PRT Metal Steel. And boy, 29 people on a Sunday afternoon tuning in. And that's like Chuck Norris said, where else would you want to be? As Glasso there suggesting it will be for 24 hours next year at the Australia-New Zealand Enduro Green Hell. And Glasso sounds like he wants 24 hours of Nords, if you don't mind.
Oh, look, honestly, I am so hyped for Nords, it's not even funny. But Trev, I don't know if you've seen it, but I was awake the moment a teaser dropped. But we're getting the GT2s, finally. They've only announced the 2 Porkers so far, so plenty more GT2 announcements to come through. But Sidorg now, though, it looks like he's having a nice battle. He's gone back down to single file here, but he does look like he wants to try and get past Aaron Thomas as quick as he can.
Certainly is, and wow, Aaron Thomas there must have, they were mixing it up at the sharp end of the field, weren't they, Prince? They must have come in, sort of had a slight moment or something, because you can see there they've dropped down the field a few positions. But BCG1, Sidorg, is carving his way through the field and setting it up very nicely for Matt Simmons as they come through the Degner curves. They fly through there, and you can see we're just 6 minutes or so into this race, and Glasso very happy in the chat. He says he cannot wait for a 24 hours. Oh, Sidorg, was there contact there, Chuck Norris?
Oh, I think he just pulled the car out just in time, but oh, Trev, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
And you can see there, managing to get away with it on this occasion, Will Starr right behind Sidorg. We're going to recap, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen. BCG2 are getting the job done. It's 3 McLarens inside the top 3 here, and it's car number 76, Wilco, up to second. And this squad have not won since Paul Ricard back in round 1, Prince, so they'll be looking to get back on the podium here this afternoon. And then it's GC Racing. The new boys really came out of nowhere in qualifying and said, guess what, we're here and we're going to get inside the top 10 shootout. And boy, they have surprised people this weekend.
Yeah, they definitely have. They were definitely one of the teams, I believe, that, yeah, this was their first round, and they went all guns blazing during qualifying. Not only, I believe they took out pole position provisionally for a little while during the top 10 shootout on Friday night. And yeah, they were definitely a very surprising team coming out of the mix, but they do have a little bit of damage onto the front end of that car as well. So hopefully that's not impacting the McLaren too much.
No, let's just wait and see how that affects them in the later part of this race, of course. Metal steel for PRT. And we still haven't seen too much action. We can go right down to the back, and I think Hammer there for Injection Blitz. Do we have them on the entry list, Chuck Norris? Number 78, Injection Blitz Motorsport with Big Les Gaming and Hammer, who is currently behind the wheel of that car at the moment, have not started. This is their first race of the year, and it looks as though that damage is repaired on that 78 BMW here.
Yeah, so it looks like they've taken the cost-effective time strategy of coming in and getting that damage fixed. So sometimes it's better to do that. Sometimes you actually lose more time if you stay out over the course of a stint. So even though it hurts to come in early and nobody wants to be doing that this early in a 4-hour race, I think they've made the great strategy call for the long term, and they'll definitely not lose as much time by doing so. But yeah, it's good on them. Their first race here in the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series, and we wish them the very best of luck as they make their way back up through the field.
And great stuff there. We'll keep an eye on them throughout the course of this afternoon. You can see their Sidorg. And let's have a look at this squad. 4th, 1st, 6th, 1st and 3rd. And they've got Mint Matt, of course. The great Matt Simmons coming off his GT7 commitments in the World Series last night. But is this Sidorg making a move? If you don't mind, Fernando Alonso-esque on Michael Schumacher from a few years ago. 130R, and that is blue. Oh, there's a car off. 2 cars off. And that looks like a couple of Ferraris off. Oh, could this be a safety car? It is all going tits up here at the moment, Chuck.
Oh, this is a very, very potential safety car. We'll have to wait for our safety car driver to take a gaze at the replay just to confirm.
So we'll wait and see. Copy. Sorry.
I believe our safety car... Okay, I believe we do have a safety car. We just missed the call. I think I was talking over our safety car driver as we called it, but I do believe we have a safety car called. Safety car is pinging in the chat. We should be seeing the car drive out of pit lane momentarily, but unfortunate for those drivers involved in that incident. We do see a couple coming into pit lane now. Some might have missed that, but yes, safety car will be releasing, and I assume we'll be picking up Norm as he comes back around the circuit. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, Trev. 130R. It's a dangerous corner, in my opinion, for getting some moves done. Especially track warnings as well. They seem to accumulate quite heavily there. But yeah, very unfortunate to see a couple of drivers being involved there.
Very unfortunate indeed. Is that safety car? We'll wait and see. We're 10 minutes into the race, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like it was Dusk who got in all sorts of trouble there. It was just sort of a chain reaction, wasn't it, Chuck? After 130R there, and a few drivers getting amongst it there. But that's going to give these drivers an opportunity to come in and make a pit stop and get rid of that damage. You can see Dusk there, Sofa King. Good vibes, and the safety car still in the pits. Still in the pits for the time being.
I think we're waiting for P1 to make their way through. So P1 looks like they're coming into 130R now. So safety car will likely be picking them up very, very shortly. But Trev, did we want to try and go to a replay? I believe we've got to switch the cars in the replay so we don't have them ghosted. We might be able to see a little bit of what's happened if you want to give that a quick go.
We certainly can. Let's hope it doesn't break the system. Let's have a quick look here. And we've got to just change these cars so we can not have invisible cars. There we go. And what car number am I looking for, please, Chuck?
It's a little bit further back. You have to skip through a couple of laps, I think.
Yep, that's okay. We can do that.
When we do the fast forward, just picture warning everybody.
There we go.
Flickers will be happening on your screens.
Just a seizure warning there, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't like bright flashing lights, turn away now. And we'll keep going. I think it was after this. And let's have a look. What car are we looking for here, please?
Might be one... Yeah, might be one more lap back, Trev. I think this is the lap as the safety car's picking them up. So I believe it was lap 2, or the next lap back. Sorry.
Let's have a quick look here. We're flicking through. Help if we change the cars. Let's have a look. Oh no, you're right. The safety car is coming out now. By the time we get to... Oh, here we go. Now we've got some action here.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go, and we can have a look at this. We'll just have a look coming through the 130R there. You can see going off the track, and then, like I said, Prince, it just started a chain reaction. You can see Dusk there as well. Contact there between those two. What are you doing?
What kicked all this off? Was it a BMW making a mistake?
I'm on air. Yeah. Can you get out? Seriously? And the safety car now, Prince, sorry about that. We just had some technical issues there, Chuck Norris. And now we're seeing the safety car, and you can see there, and let's have a look now. You can see the safety car is out. How long are we expecting this safety car to be out here, Chuck?
Oh, I'd assume maybe one more lap. We've got a bit of a pass by here with a couple of drivers to tag them back onto the back of the field. So I assume we should be going possibly one more lap, and then hopefully the safety car will come in nice and early. But yeah, we'll have a brief period here under the safety car. But yeah, very unfortunate for that, Trev. Kind of caught a tail end of it in a way, but yeah, it's unfortunate to see a couple of cars being involved in that unfortunate incident in 130R. But as these drivers are making their way through the outlap here, though, under safety car, We hope that a couple of the drivers that were involved do make their way into pit lane. We've got a couple of the stragglers slowly making their way through. I do see we've got one car making their way, oh god, into the Casio Triangle, I believe it is, the final chicane. Got 3 cars going through the S's, one in the hairpin as well. So we do have one car that's carrying a little bit of damage here at the front. So I think they're opting to stay out for now. But yeah, like we say, we do hope all the cars that were involved are able to get in, repair the car, and then they're able to make their way onto the back of this safety car. But we do hope this is also a brief safety car period. Hopefully, safety car might be peeling in this lap. We'll keep an eye on it.
And you can see there, Chuck, the safety car being driven by our man, Andrelli. And you can see there, Cobb McCool has jumped in, Prince, and said, it's a smiley boy safety car. It's a smiley boy. And we love these smiley boys. And you can see Disco Stu loving these safety car graphics. And of course, the man that created these graphics is driving the safety car.
Yeah, we felt very privileged being able to have a chat to our safety car driver a little bit earlier on. I made the question as to whether we're breath-owing our safety car driver this evening, but you know, that one kind of got thrown out the window very quickly. But no, it's good to see Andrelli behind the wheel of the safety car. Our graphics man, I was trying to think of a nice lingo word to throw on there, but he's our graphics man. None of these graphics that you see over the course of not only this series, but the KRL series alike would be possible without Andrelli. So we definitely appreciate everything that he contributes to not only the Oz New Zealand PS5 Endurance series, but KRL alike.
And look at this rain of fire getting in there again. Not sure why I'm talking like a Kiwi, but he's gifting a tier 1 sub to the kit buyers community, and this time it's Important Nick getting the tier 1 sub, Prince. Look at this support. We've almost reached 20 subs and we're not even 15 minutes or so in.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Rain of Fire, for the continued support to the Kid Buyers Twitch channel. I just want to remind you guys out there, if you might not be following the stream here, the most important thing is being a part of the community. We'd love to have you a part of it, and you can do that quite simply by hitting that follow button, the love heart icon that you'll have navigated on your screen, whether on your computer or if you're on your phone. You'll see a little love heart icon. You can tap that and you can be welcome to the family quite quickly. Also, if you're out there and you might have a Prime sub, you're also more than welcome to use that Twitch sub here. You get 1 free sub per month if you're on Amazon Prime. Lewis also coming in, Trev, with a tier 1 sub to Glass.
What is this absolute madness going on? And you'll have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes, Prince. I didn't even know this was possible.
Yeah, we have a hype train going at the moment. So if you're out there and you want to get involved, you can either sub yourself, you can gift a sub, or use biddies, and that all goes towards the hype train. We've got to get that train going. You know, someone's got to. Get the hype train going.
Sweet mother of Jesus! The train is ready to depart. We've met our sub goal, Chuck Norris. Toot toot, chugga 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 toot toot, and we need 4 minutes. Because Lewis is, yes, fantastic and unbelievable. Get in there, Lewis. He's cheered 50 biddies. Can you believe that, Prince?
Oh, I love the support that's coming out right now. We greatly appreciate it, everyone. If you're out there and you want to get involved in the hype train and keeping the train chugging along, definitely be sure to get involved. I believe it's just about to beat our record, Trev. So we've reached a level 1 hype train. So, like I say, guys, definitely be sure to get involved on that antic.
Oh my God, he's not done with yet. Wait for it. It's just, oh my goodness, it's all happening, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that, about to beat your last record. Keep the support coming in. And Daniel is here. First time chatter, jumping straight in with the bits, Prince.
Oh, look, we greatly appreciate our first-time chatters, and I'm sure there might be a couple more of you guys out there for the first-time chatters. Churchy coming in with a sub. Sorry, Trev, I feel like I'm taking over your stream with this one, but Churchy coming in with a sub, Trev. Or, sorry, not a sub, a follow. Welcome to the community. Greatly appreciate it, Churchy.
And Lewis is getting amongst it once again. Safety car in this lap. Yes! Fantastic! And 350 cheers. Cheers. He is done, and we've got a new follower. Is that Churchy? Holy mother of sweet mercy, it's all going off. I'm getting overstimulated here, Chuck Norris.
Oh, look, and talking about getting overstimulated, Trev, this safety car is making its way. It's doing its mad dash. Hopefully it doesn't spin at 130R. I mean, Andrelli, if you're out there, I said hopefully you don't spin under safety car, but please don't. Please don't spin. He's running wide, Trev. He's getting track limits. A safety car not being so safety.
And you can see that he's unsafetying safety car in this lap. Look at that. We'll get rid of that.
There's a chicane there somewhere, but you know.
We'll get rid of that and look at that safety car in this lap. We're going to go back to our race leaders. And you can see safety car is in. And Rain of Fire says, just some appreciation for what you blokes do for us. It doesn't go unnoticed. Don't forget, because we're on a level 2 hype train. Toot, toot. Chugga, 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 chugga. And boy, let's have a look. We're about to get this race underway once again. Can only use profits from HC Lewis for some nice bevies. Lewis stipulating how we can use the bits, but we're back racing again, Prince.
Oh, I love getting back under the racing. It was a nice short period under safety car after a brief incident at 130R. Everyone looks like they're doing a nice run, clean run actually, down into T1 single file. Norm leading us away. Norm's gap that he actually built sadly disappeared when safety car period came in, so kind of expecting that gap to kind of form again. Wilco's going to try his best to not let that happen, but shortly behind that, Trev, you've got GC Racing with TT shortly behind, and he's definitely going to be trying his best to keep up.
He certainly is, and then it's Metal Steel for PRT, and look at those behind him. Sidorg, Simon Bishop, fresh from the Barcelona trip and the GT World Series. He's doing very nicely there, and up to 4th, Chuck Norris. Can you believe that?
Yeah, very happy with Sidorg's performance, not only at the GT World Series, where I decided to play a game of Where's Sidorg instead of Where's Waldo, and you know, it kind of took a turn for the worst, you might say. I took a couple too many and he wasn't too happy with me, but he's doing really, really well so far, sitting in P4, clawing away. But this train, I've got to admit, behind Metal Steel, it's a bit ominous, Trevor.
It's certainly... Well, I've never seen a train this ominous, unless it's the level 2 hype train. 23%. Keep going until your clock runs there. Anyway, it's been a long afternoon, but look at them. 3 wide, heading towards 130R. Can they get away? Can they get away with this without paying any consequences in the land of the rising sun, Prince? Boy, it's... Oh, Willstar! Willstar goes off!
Oh, no.
And FTSC1, he has gone off, and going off backwards at 130R is not where you want to be. And that, well, I think he might have got out of that. Boy, that looked like an absolute plane crash at the start, Chuck.
Yeah, he was very, very fortunate that the gravel trap slowed him down quite a bit there, but I hate to say it, Trev, but I don't think that is going to be the last time that we see a casualty at 130R, because if you take a little bit too much of that entry curb, sadly, that is what happens. But yeah, Willstar walking away with, you know, a very miracle little bit of damage to the rear of that car, so hopefully it doesn't affect his aero too much. But yeah, it's definitely a stamp in the works of the progress that he was making.
Right down the field now for FTSC1, and let me tell you, and just Rain of Fire, Hype Train success, and we've received a level 1 Hype Train emote. Can we share that, Prince? I don't know how to do it, but anyway, choo choo, chugga 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 chugga, and Rain of Fire wanting to know what happened there. Did he touch the grass? It appeared as though he did on the entry to 130R.
On the entry to 130R, from what I could see, he appeared to have taken a little bit too much of that inside curb, and you know, unfortunately, there's a no square on that curb, and yeah, we've pushed the limits on that curb, and sadly, you know, when you do that, it results in that. But yeah, thankfully though, I've got to admit, thankfully, the gravel trap did the best of its ability to slow him down just enough. But yeah, he did cop a little bit of damage to the rear of the car. He backed it into the fence. So yeah, that could have been a lot worse than what it was, Trev.
Let's recap here, Chuck Norris, if you don't mind. And just we're on lap 9 of this race. You can see Norm for BCG2 leading Kings Racing and Jason Wilkinson there, half a second, I should say, 5/10 behind in second place. TT in that car for GC Racing, very quick from all reports here, Chuck. And Rain of Fire, there's a little hype train emoji next to his name now, Chuck, which is interesting. He says, oh, yes, Suzuka giving a wheel star. The, oh, no, don't touch me there. That sounds a little bit like he's in his personal space bubble.
Yeah, he's definitely in a bit of a personal space bubble there. But the emote that you might be seeing, Trev, Rain of Fire is currently the hype train conductor. So he's the man that, is keeping the train chugging along. So greatly appreciate everybody's support throughout that hype train. It definitely doesn't go unnoticed. But yeah, this start of this race has been a very interesting 25 minutes, hasn't it, Trev? We had a couple of small mistakes, bit of casualties at 130R, and it's not going to be the end of it.
And look at this. We've got Twitchy, fresh from the GT7 Championships over there in Barcelona, and some big names in this field, Chuck Norris, if you don't mind. But look at this. He needs to be patient. He's got Clocaid right up his ginger, and then he's got the Texan for Bloxham there in the Texas Racing Team. Yeehaw! You know, the crazy Texan off The Simpsons, Chuck. Look at this, an all-Texas team here joining KRL and the Endurance Series.
Yeah, we love to see it. We love having a couple of international drivers amongst the mix. But Twitchy, though, I don't know where he started, Trev, but that man, he's on an absolute mission. I feel like it was only a moment ago that he was somewhere around P15, and now he's almost into the top 5.
Wow, Hooncorp there, they run a pretty good show down there, Hooncorp Esports, led by Nismo Nath, of course, as well. But I'd love to know if someone can tell me in the chat, what time is it in Texas? It's got to be in the early hours of the morning, surely on a Sunday. As you can see there, pulling off to the side, Texas Racing, Clocaid, and now Twitchy is a little bit further back. We're going to keep going through the field. Fly Sky. Thanks, Twitchy, says Sparky God. Sideways Polka for shakedown there. And then it's Heatstroke. Nismo Nath, the man I just mentioned for Hooncorp 3. They're doing very nicely. 4th in their class at the moment, Chuck.
Yeah, they're definitely doing very, very well. Obviously, just a reminder or a refresher to those that might not know, the white background that you'll see next to the manufacturer, that represents our pro teams, and the silver background is our pro-am teams. We only had 2 am teams. We discussed this on Friday night during qualifying, I believe, Trev. We only had 2 am teams, and we promoted them into pro-am.
And we appear to have Sofa King going slowly here, Chuck Norris. I saw a yellow flag out, and the JB group and somebody else is off there as well. But Sofa King going slowly. We might see who else that is. But this is disaster, not even half an hour into the race for JB Racing. And is it Matchin? No, he's still continuing on there. Is it Hammer? No, and we'll wait and see. Well, now he's sped up again, so I'm not sure what happened there, Chuck.
I'm wondering whether it was he made a mistake maybe with Pete in the FFK team car running the 51 McLaren. I'm wondering whether he made a mistake with them and was doing a kind thing and slowing down to try and redress the mistake. Because yeah, he definitely went slow, and then once they went past, he definitely picked up the pace again. So I feel like there might have been a mutual agreement there that they were going to slow up and give the position back to redress.
A bit of readdressing going on there. Thank you, Glasso. He says yellow McLaren under the bridge. But Prince, we're half an hour into this race, and Jason Wilkinson and Kings Racing are in the lead. We've missed this.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with BCG2, because that's an interesting turn of events. We were just scrolling through, and having a quick gaze at some of the other teams, and before we know it, Wilco's managed to somehow take the lead here. So interesting turn of events. I wonder what happened between them and Norm to gain the lead. But oh man, this is getting spicy, Trev. Only half an hour into the race.
I tell you what, it's spicier than that quarter of chicken and chips I had a little bit earlier on this afternoon. But let me tell you, Norm now in second for BCG2. And guess who is right behind them here, Chuck Norris? Signdorg, Simon Bishop for BCG1. Are there going to be any team orders here?
Oh, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. So Psydorg and BCG1 are running the only Audi amongst the grid as well. So we're not going to have any comparisons in terms of, say, pace that the Audis might have. But yeah, I wonder whether team orders are going to come into effect. I believe, Trev, we saw something similar to this back at Silverstone. If you remember, there was the BCG 1 and 2 guys were running next to each other, and there might have been some team orders given that they were going to let them go through and try and run for a bit and see if they could build the gap. So yeah, we might end up seeing some similar orders being given here when they get a little bit closer.
Well, I tell you what, Disco Stu saying Cloquade. We saw Cloquade dropping down the timing screens, and he dropped from 7th to 11th, and Glasso saying, what happened, Stu? And we'll let them talk about that in the chat, but you can see there, perfect advertisement for the Jason Wilkinson Driver Academy here, Chuck Norris, because his squad is leading this race, albeit by less than a second, so Norm is not done with yet, and then Psydorg, of course, TT, they're just sitting there, aren't they, biding their time at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. So Wilco is actually, I want to give a little bit of a plug with this, because I believe this is a great incentive, and it's been great for a majority of the drivers that have been taking part and getting involved with it amongst the Oz New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series and KRL as well. Wilco's been running a driver coaching course recently, where he's been giving some tips and tricks to drivers. And Trev, I got to admit, I don't want to pump his tires up too much, because that might lead to a puncture somewhere along the track, but we have seen great improvements from the drivers that have taken part in the Wilco Driver Academy. So Wilco's just kind of out there showing the lads, get involved in the academy, because you can take a couple of these minor tips from me.
Well, it won't be too long before we see him advertising on Danos Direct in the early hours of the morning. Glasso, 100% Prince, recommending Wilco's Coaching Academy. He said Shakedown had one Monday just gone with him, and he said it is 100% recommended, and looking at getting a lesson or two this week, hopefully. Rain of Fire jumping on as well.
Yeah, look, honestly, it's definitely a great course to get behind, and there's so many different tips and tricks that you might not know whether you're getting the most out of the car or even your driver potential. It can sometimes be an outside perspective into the way that you navigate a track on a lap-to-lap basis, as we see Norm make an unfortunate mistake there into that final chicane, the Casio Triangle, I believe it's called, Trev, and that's presuming to be quite costly, as Psydorg is now making his way through.
And Psydorg has made his way through, and just looked to outbrake himself ever so slightly there, Prince. That's all it takes into the Casio Triangle, or the chicane as it used to be called back in the day. But let me tell you, Glasso also saying, do it, Rain of Fire, but not so much so I can beat you, he says. So I'm sure there's different levels that unlock of the Wilco Driver Academy, different tiers, a bit like Twitch, Prince. I'm sure they open up. And Rain of Fire saying, I don't feel like I'm too far away from hitting the next level. Just haven't been able to figure out how to get there at the moment. But so many tweaks, like you said, Prince. So many things to unlock in terms of setups and all the rest of it. So keep an eye out for that. Norm having a moment there, and that's going to give Wilco and Kings Racing some breathing space. But I don't think Wilco's going to be too happy with this, because now he's got Simon Bishop right up his ginger here, and 1.4 seconds further back. They're looking for the lead here, Prince.
Yeah, Psydorg's definitely a man on a mission, so Unfortunately, Norm for BCG2 made that slight mistake into the Casio triangle, outbraking himself, and he lost the position to BCG1 there. But I'm sure that the team orders might have come at some point over the course of that in the benefit of the team. But yeah, Psydorg is a man on a mission. He's not wanting to let Wilco get away with this one. Not this early, not this soon. So Wilco, he might be holding that purple lap, he might be holding the pace out there in the front, but yeah, Seidel definitely not going to let him live it up.
So we're just over half an hour into this race, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. We've got 3 hours and 25 minutes remaining of the round 6. Final round, of course, of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series. We kicked it off a little bit later than expected due to some lobby issues and some driver swapping issues and PC issues on my part, but we are here now and we are ready to look at this entertainment for the next 3 hours and 25 minutes. And Rain of Fire, Glasso, Disco Stew, everybody in the comments absolutely loving it. It's still very close here for first, second, third, and then the Texan Racing team flashing through your picture there, but GC Racing sitting pretty here at the moment. Texas Racing a little bit further back, but Twitchy has dropped back by a couple of seconds here, Prince. Are they just saving their tyres, or what do you think they're doing in terms of strategy here?
Oh, there's a part of me that feels like they moved up quite a few positions. I don't quite know the number, but I do believe it's double digits that Twitchy's moved up over the course of the first 35 minutes here, but there's a part of me that's wondering whether maybe he's partially cooked those tyres. I've only ever driven the Ferrari once for an Enduro, Trev, and I know it's generally pretty good on tyres unless you're fully sending it for too long over the course of a stint. So yeah, I'm wondering whether he's kind of cooked his tyres and maybe he's trying to hold them back a little bit. But yeah, then again, it's a tough one to call.
Certainly is, and let me tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. 3.5 hours remaining, and you can see there. And I'm just looking now, and let's have a look here, because Nigerian Prince, I want to draw your attention, and everybody out there watching, Ame kata furu iru! And you know what that means, Prince?
Oh, I'm smelling moisture, Trev.
I'm smelling it right now because rain is coming. And you can see there on your predicted weather forecast, rain in the next 30 minutes, there's Glasso. And Rain of Fire saying that'll mix the field up a little bit. And guess what, Prince? It looks heavy.
Oh, that is definitely looking, definitely a very ominous rain. So this cloud cover, as you can see, every now and again, as our cameraman's doing an excellent job capturing these cars as they're going through T1. Every now and again, though, you can see a glimpse of that sky. It's very grey, Trev, and I'm liking the look of this. We haven't really seen too much rain over the course of this Enduro series.
Yes, rain is coming, and if you weren't sure about it, rain is coming, Prince, and when rain comes here at Suzuka, it really pisses down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's reminiscing to those days. Oh, take me back to maybe Project Cars 2 days, Trev. Back when you made a comment, it's raining sideways.
It's raining sideways. And boy, 3 hours and 22 minutes to go in this race as the Kings Racing set the fastest lap. Psydorg about a second behind. Zoom. And BCG2 Norm still in third there. Let's take a look at the drivers lower down their order. And do we have any battles? We might go from the back to the front, and we'll see where you at. And Shiny and Chrome Racing, Heath NZ. This squad one lap down, Prince, but with rain coming, anything can happen, and it usually will.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain around here, your dry line compared to your wet line is actually totally different here. In most tracks you'll find it changes slightly, but Suzuka is definitely one of those tracks where it can change pretty dramatically. So fortunately, I think for a majority of these guys, this rain is actually going to fall somewhere very close to their natural pit cycle. But because it's around medium rain by the looks of things projected, It's a matter of how long that's going to last for, because, that's going to throw pit cycles out the window very quickly. But, Trev, I don't know. I'm eagerly looking forward to this and seeing how it's going to shake things up.
As we look at PRT and Metal Steel there, Sofa King just ahead of him there. And Rain of Fire saying, when rain comes, it gets messy. Oh wait, different kind of rain. And Glasso saying, come in water? Soon we will be filled with a drunken Japanese businessman. But guess what? That rain is coming, ladies and gentlemen. I expect that. What do you reckon, Prince? Just under the 3-hour mark here.
Yeah, so I reckon anywhere in the next 15 to 20 minutes we're definitely going to be seeing some moisture. So I just want to remind everybody, in a way, everybody's stint timer is capped at 1 hour and 15 minutes. So this rain is going to fall at about that hour stint time mark. So, dude, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be brave enough to maybe run an extra lap in the rain before they dive in on the wet tyres. But look, I feel like I've done plenty of these Suzuka Enduros and it's not safe. So word of wisdom, everybody, definitely, as you see that rain falling on your windscreens, I would be coming into pit lane and seeing the wet tyres going onto that car.
And you can see there's so many famous wet races, of course, here at Suzuka and Fuji over the years at the foothills of Mount Fuji. But no comment, says a Rain of Fire. He is not being disrespectful to the commenter section. And Exorcist Exo, the great man, says loose cannons are ready. Bears done a rain dance. And that is the man that heads up the AC/DC tribute band with Bon Scott.
Yeah, we do love a bit of Akadaka going around, don't we, Trev? Especially a good old tribute band.
Certainly do. As we look at Cloakade here, I was about to kick into Dr. Stroke! Yeah, Dr. Stroke! And you can see, Cloakade running wide. That is not the ideal line through 130R, but he's very close to Nismo Nath. And the boss of Hooncorp Esports is going to have a sweaty Japanese Peachy behind here at the moment as they come onto the start-finish straight, Prince. He is lining up a move.
Yeah, definitely lining up a move, and I can't help but notice he's got a little bit of front aero damage. As you can see, a bit of separation between the front bumper and the bonnet there, but I don't want to call it too early, but I don't feel like they lifted off enough after that slight mistake running wide at 130R, and I hope they just got a no time gained, but that could have possibly been one of their first track limits, so definitely got to be careful of those over the course of the 4 hours.
And you can see there, and boy, Exo has just chucked in the chat. He says, Trev, I'll get you on the mic at a gig. Got the Brian down pat. He says, I tell you what, he's going to get us. Can he get both of us on the microphone at the next gig? Let us know. We'll get Chuck Norris out to Victoria as well. I tell you what, I'll give you one bit of advice. Do not give me the microphone, Prince, because once I get the microphone, you'll never get it back. But Cloakade very close here. You don't want to do anything silly here at the moment because, Cloakade getting a much better exit out of the hairpin there. And is that going to set him up for a potential move at Spoon as we see them go over the crest there? And there's a long, long way to go, Prince. Almost an hour gone, though. But we've travelled about 43 minutes, Prince, which is much less than the hour I mentioned.
Yeah, so this hour is actually going quite quickly, Trev. But Cloakade Nismo, I should say, made a slight mistake back in the hairpin. But he fortunately managed to hold on. So, yeah, there's a couple of good opportunities here after 130R into the Casio Triangle. That's a great send that you can do under the brakes if you trust yourself, or even into T1. There's a couple of good opportunities around here, but Cloakade looking like that he's going to be holding off for a little bit, but he is keeping that pressure onto Nismo Nath as he gets a move done here, and Nismo Nath might also be losing out on another position here.
Well, I tell you what, I've never been this sweaty in my entire life, but I've got to say that Nismo letting Dusk, well, he might not have let him through there, Prince. But we were just saying he was doing an okay job. But now, of course, the floodgates have opened and both of them are through there. And they've made up. I don't think they're on the same lap, though, are they? I think Darsk, obviously, after his issues at 130R, might be a lap down, although we had the safety car, Prince. So I'm guessing that everybody should be on the same lap by now, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, so I did read in Discord there was a car that didn't get called through. So I wonder whether, they might have been amongst the mix there, or whether they maybe made an early mistake or something like that has kept them a lap down. But nonetheless, though, Team 77 have made their way past Nismo Nathan. They might be blue flag, but they do have quite a bit of pace at the moment. So, I do hope that maybe CFD understand that that's not a battle they really need to worry about, and they can almost piggyback off of Team 77 here.
3 hours and 15 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost 1 hour down here in the 4 hours of Suzuka here at the Suzuka Prefecture. And we've got Team Little Bear. This is interesting for loose cannons. And Rain of Fire getting amongst it there with the loose cannon bandwagon. Team Little Bear. Woo, 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 woo. And you can see there Running Bear through the spoon curve. Only 0.8 of a second off of Burke's Boy for CS. That's an interesting battle to keep an eye on. But meantime, Twitchy has got the fastest lap of the race. And still, having said that, that's a steady gap, isn't it, Chuck Norris? 1 second to the Texas Racing team. And boy, they've done a great job. The All-American team. Yeehaw! And the crazy Texans are doing well here to keep Hooncorp behind them at the moment.
Yeah, they're definitely doing their very best, especially in a BMW, which I find is probably one of the trickier cars in terms of overall pace around Suzuka. So, yeah, Twitchy, though, holding that purple lap is kind of stolen off of King's Racing up there in P1. But, yeah, there was a part of me that felt like maybe King's Racing as well. I was keeping an eye on some of those gaps up there, and King's Racing looked like they lifted off a little bit and lost a couple of tenths. They got down to 4 tenths for P2 behind them. But Sofa King, though, looking like he's setting up here, Trev, on Nobby.
It looks like he's setting up a move. I don't know about you, Prince, but it looks like he wants a little bit of a nibble on Nobby's nuts here. Do you remember the old advertisements many, many years ago? Have a bit of a nibble on Nobby's nuts. I'm sure they were a massive hit at Little Hampdown in South Australia. But Glasso saying Twitchy very much on a mission there. And you can see Hooncorp 1 not out of this race by any stretch of the imagination, but Sofa King, and had some issues there. We saw him going slowly, but I think we worked out that he was readdressing there previously. But 3 hours and 13 to go in this one. A slight mistake from Nobby. And is that going to let Sofa King through, Prince? Oh, approaching the hairpin. Can they make a move? Not quite.
Yeah, the hairpin is definitely an opportunity that you kind of want to avoid at most costs, if not all costs, especially the angle that you kind of send in. The only opportunity that you can get a move done there is if the other driver makes a slight mistake and you can kind of squeeze through. But, they did well to file back in. I do think that Sofa King running for JB Racing here is definitely setting himself up for a later move. There's plenty of good ones coming up. They're doing the run down to 130R. Oh, he's gone a little bit wide there. Hopefully no track limits, Trev.
We will wait and see. And 30 minutes, that rain. And, there we can see Sofa King continuing the battle. As look who's jumped into the chat here, Chuck Norris. It's Cameron Nemo Neemington from Auckland in New Zealand. He says, "G'day, Trev." And look at Sofa King here. You join us at a perfect time here at the moment because Sofa King is lining up a move and wants to nibble on Nobby's nuts here at the moment. Let's have a look at this. Aussie Racer will get to you in a moment, but Sofa King down the inside. He gets the move done, Chuck Norris. And that is, we could see that coming a mile away, couldn't we, Prince? And he gets the move done.
Yeah, that was definitely a great overtake there. Great move as well, and a lot of trust involved for both drivers to be able to make that move stick in. And they don't look like they lost too much time overall, but yeah, the battle is definitely going to be continuing as we see a beautiful Nemo flashing up on the screen. Talking about finding Nemo, Trev. I think we found him.
We found him. Oh, there he is. He says, "G'day, Trev. I took 7 for 28. And he's well and truly earned that beer there, hasn't he? Look at that. He's still got the pill in his hands there. Great man and very handy cricketer. Aussie Racer is, by the way, said TT Racing having a shocker here. Punted at the 130R, which caused the safety car. Punted under the safety car and got rear aero damage. Spun because of the rear aero damage. Now fighting to keep Wilco behind to stay on the lead lap. And that is a very comprehensive update there from Aussie Racer. And you can see what colour was his uniform. Is it beige? Is it off-white? I don't know. Remember Richie with the beige suit, the off-white? And what colour do you think that is, Chuck Norris? We'll get back to the racing here, but it's very much a beige sort of off-white, isn't it? And Rain of Fire just being a little bit frisky in the comments. He says, is Cameron Nemo Norris Trev's new man crush? No, that's combining the two, the off-white, the bone. And let's get back to what is happening at the front here, because we're going to recap here, Prince, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Oh, look at this side org now. Look how close it is, Prince, at the front.
Absolutely nothing in it between these guys. Sidorg's been a man on a mission. I did see that gap get down to about 4/10, then it went back up to 8/10, and now it's back down to a bee's whisker here between them. So if Ilko's not careful, there might be a Hail Mary sent through 130R, and you know, I've seen a couple of drivers try to tango through 130R in previous experiences, and that doesn't quite go down too well. So hopefully they leave it for the Casio Triangle, because that's great seeing drivers go too wide through there and then fight it down into T1.
Could we see a move into the Casio Triangle? It's been more of a Bermuda Triangle today, Prince, because we've seen a few drivers go missing coming up to this corner now. And you can see there, and Glasso suggesting that I've got a bit of a man crush on Nemo, and he hasn't mentioned Simon Bishop or Matt Simmons for a couple of minutes. And you can see there, well, I'm going to mention it now, because here's Simon Bishop. And do you think he would have got over the jet lag, Prince, coming all the way back from Barcelona? And Team NZ, look how close it is, and what is going through the mind? Is it easier to chase, Prince, or is it easier to lead in this situation as a driver, calling on all of your Nigerian experience here?
I definitely feel like it's a lot easier to be the chasing car, or being that leading car. It's only natural to look into that mirror and go, oh, where is he? Look at the delta bar, make sure the gap is still kind of holding. What kind of lap times are they doing? Where when you're that chasing car, your only focus is looking in that rear bumper, making sure that you're hitting your braking markers, making sure that you're not, you know, sending it off the curbs and making small mistakes. All you can see is that bumper's getting closer and closer to you. So yeah, definitely out of the two options, I would prefer being the chasing car. But don't get me wrong, there is a lot of thrills to be had being that leading car.
As Matt Simmons has entered the chat, he says, let's go, Sidorg, let's go. And you can see there he's doing very nicely indeed. There we go. And the boys, you haven't mentioned Simon Bishop or Matty Simmons for like 5 minutes. Do you have a crush? Do you have a crush on Nemo? And I'm sure that's probably not how they laugh, but that's how it sounds inside my head. But we'll keep going through the order. Rain of Fire, Matty Simmons coming off a big, huge, ginormous night last night. Boy, he absolutely killed it on GT7, Prince.
Yeah, I actually I caught a little bit of it. We were discussing it a little bit ago, Trev, prior to the stream kicking off. And when I tuned in, Matty Simmons was doing P2. He was running P2, sorry. And I sat back and went, okay, Matty Simmons running P2. That's good enough for me. And I tried to log off and go to sleep, but that didn't quite go to plan.
No, certainly not running off the Nigerian time zone there. Rain of Fire asking Matty Simmons in the chat. He says, did you win last night, Matty Simmons? Wasn't able to stick around for the final race. There are no stupid questions here, Rain of Fire, but let me tell you that did Matt Simmons win? No, he didn't win. He finished P4 from a P6 start, and he's very happy with his performance, Chuck Norris. And when Matt Simmons is happy, I'm happy as well.
Yeah, I've got to admit the Gran Turismo community is definitely I've never personally fully been a part of the Gran Turismo community, but there's a part of me that wishes, and I missed out on, the golden era. I feel like, Trev, the fierce community that, they're very strong over there. The racing and the battles. Likewise, I watched the Gran Turismo World Tour, I believe it was, where Cyborg and Twitchy went over to Barcelona to compete in, and I got to admit, Trev, that racing was very close, but nothing compares to the races that we have here.
Certainly doesn't. Nothing compares to you, Prince. But we've got just a tick over. You know how it goes. We've got a tick over, 3 hours remaining. And Rain of Fire saying, that's pretty good, mate. Some quick boys in there matching. TT Racing day went from bad to worse. Just had a disconnect while driving, and that is not what you want, Prince, in a 4-hour race here this afternoon.
Yeah, sadly, you hate to hear it and you hate to see it, and sadly, we run these virtual cars. I like to call it pretend race car drivers. That's effectively what we are, and sadly, in the virtual world, we've got to face, issues with hardware and internet troubles and the likes, and it's just sadly the way that it goes, the way the cookie crumbles. But hopefully, I do have my fingers crossed, the TT Racing can hopefully get back into the mix of things, and maybe a safety car later on will hopefully bring them back in. So yeah, lads, just whatever you do, keep in it. There's still a long time on that clock, and you never know what will happen.
Yes, anything can happen, of course. 3 hours to go, and it usually does. But Twitchy here, Prince, all over the back of the big Texan, and we saw them easing off a little bit. Hooncorp 1 in the hands of Twitchy, and well, Twitchy is certainly not. What is that? I beg your pardon, about 6 or 7 seconds. Twitchy off the lead, Prince. And with 3 hours remaining, anything could happen here. And rain in 10 minutes, Prince. Oh, yeah. Rain in the 10 minutes. And look at this move. Oh, that's not the place, at least in my experience, where you need to be passing there. But these boys are a lot more race savvy than what I am, let me tell you. That's why I'm talking about it on the microphone. Twitchy having a look. Was that just to put the big Texan off there, Prince, you reckon?
Yeah, I feel like it was just to throw a couple of nerves in there, going, look, I'm here, make him try and check the mirror. But yeah, definitely not a passing move through the Degner curves there, but a bit ambitious by all means. Thankfully, I didn't try and go for it, and hopefully we'll set up a little bit later. But yeah, Trev, as you said though, this medium rain kicking in just under 10 minutes now, and as we saw the medium rain tick over for the 10 minutes, I did see the medium rain was continuing at 30 minutes, then all of a sudden the plus icon came in. So not only are we getting rain, but it is going to get heavier, Trev.
And I'm assuming, Prince, that plus icon means that it's not just pissing down, it will be doubly pissing down here, and that's going to keep things very busy. Matty Simmons saying very close all race with everyone, just got stuck behind some alternative strategy guys. And Rain of Fire, that's unfortunate, but that's racing. Going to try his hand at GT7 next year, Rain of Fire. Not very good on it, but it's something different. And that's what it's all about, isn't it, Prince? Just becoming part of a community. And the sim racing community, you've got to admit, always willing to lend a hand if they need to. And that's what we love about this sim racing community, whether it's GT7, iRacing, Assetto Corsa, or whatever you're on. There's always a wonderful community to join, very supportive, and wow, just getting all deep and meaningful here. But 10 minutes, and you mentioned, Prince, that plus icon. Does that mean it's twice as heavy, that rain, coming up in 30-odd minutes?
So the plus icon will mean that it's medium rain increasing. So there is a slight chance for that to possibly increase to the point where we might see heavy rain, which will definitely be throwing a spanner in the works, Trev.
Let's wait and see. Rain of Fire, Matty Simmons in the chat, matching as well, talking about TT Racing and the sort of day they've had. And don't forget, if you are lurking there, ladies and gentlemen, please do consider following the stream. We'd love to have you a part of the community. Approaching 300 followers. Chuck Norris is already there. Chuck, can you please give yourself a shout out in the chat if you would, please? He's recently checked over the 300 mark. 300 followers. And V is for Voodoo Live. and just don't give him your bank account details or your credit card number, and you should be all good. But we're approaching the 3-hour mark here in this race, which means we've got 3 hours to go, Prince, of racing action here at Suzuka.
Yeah, absolutely. Not long to go. 3 hours for almost that full hour into the race, and we're about to see some interesting pit cycles and interesting events happening on the track. Hopefully, no tsunamis are predicted on the weather timing there. But just on the shout out, Trev, I don't really like to do this kind of thing, as you know. But what I'll do is I'll just put a shout out command into the chat at the top of the chat. If you want to chuck a follow to me, it's not needed, but you can hit that love heart icon. You don't leave the stream, and that can go straight through. So I'd greatly appreciate it, but obviously it's not required. The one that is required is obviously being a part of the Kit Buyers community.
Certainly is. A little bit of professional jealousy between myself and Chuck Norris. I'm not going to lie, I would like to have 300 followers, but the gap is closing, ladies and gentlemen. But please click on that, man. Can you wow, you can follow now, Prince, without even leaving the chat. How good is that?
Yeah, I love the new integrations that Twitch is bringing in. You know, not only can you do that and allow people to still view that same stream without having to leave to go and do something like that, but, you know, just all round, Twitch has definitely been improving over the last 6 to 12 months. And honestly, I really look forward to the new features that they're bringing out. It's definitely a big one. But this racing, though, Trev, the more important thing right now, the racing here, Psydog has got Norm slowly clawing onto the back of him. Wilco has been under this pressure for a little while now, Trev, and, you know, I'm sure these lads are going to start to wonder. This rain is creeping in. I reckon under 5 minutes, Trev, and we'll have the rain coming in, and most of the lads will have just under 15 minutes left on their stint timer as well. So perfect timing to come in for wet tyres very, very shortly.
And we will see just under 3 hours now remaining in this race. The 4 hours of Suzuka here in the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series. And after 1 hour of racing here, ladies and gentlemen, you can see there it is still very close at the front. And Glasso saying max stint is only 70 minutes in this race. And Chuck Norris, he is absolutely spot on with the rule there of the 70-minute stint timer.
Yeah, I jumped the gun on 75 minutes. I did read in the Discord that it was 75 minutes, but yeah, it must have been a mistake, a typo maybe, into the Discord with the max stint timer. But yeah, if Glasso is confirming that it's 70-minute stint timer, then that's what it is. But Trev, the rain is falling. The heavens have opened. We've got light rain currently, medium rain coming through, medium rain increasing later on. We're going to start seeing some drivers coming into pit lane. But these curbs, Trev, they're going to start to become a bit treacherous, a bit dangerous. And hopefully, fingers crossed, no mistakes start happening. But we're going to see some climbers here.
Did you hear that, Nigerian Prince?
Days are coming.
Days are coming. That means the rain has started here in Japan, and wow, it's pissing down already, Prince. Medium rain, and now the track conditions are greasy. Seidel going for a move down the... Oh my goodness, that's Brave. Brave is one step away from being a slightly foolish. But when are we going to see these drivers coming in, Nigerian Prince? Because it is really starting to piss down straight away.
Yeah, honestly, these track conditions went from optimum to greasy just about as quick as the rain came in. So I would not doubt that these drivers are going to make their way into pit lane this lap to get a new set of boots for wet tyres. And I wouldn't be surprised as well, Trev, if we do see a driver swap happen with this change of conditions.
And you can see their rain of fire just saying, I feel a safety car is coming. And we'll wait and see there. Not sure why he sounds like a surprised Japanese schoolgirl, but let me tell you, into the casino chicane, and somebody else off ahead of them, and I think that's Nobby Nuts. He'll be sending an SOS, let me tell you, if he can't come into the pits. And King's racing into the pits. We're seeing these strategy calls already, Prince. King's racing into the pits along with Norm and Nobby Nuts as well, and TT into the pits. Oh, that looked very quick. Let's hope there's no penalties here, but this is going to really throw a cat amongst the chickens. Cat amongst the pigeons. You could throw a cat amongst the chickens, but I'm not sure what would happen and what the outcome would be, Prince.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about the outcome there, but yeah, you were right. TT racing for GC Racing definitely came into pit lane very hot and heavy here, and I hate to say it, Trev, but I feel like Psydog's made a mistake here by staying out. I think he is thinking that he can maybe make a little bit more out of staying out for one lap longer. Obviously, it would have been very backed up coming into pit lane, so I think he made a right call on that part, but yeah, he looks like he's tiptoeing around, so to speak, over the course of this lap.
Well, Spawn's in as well. Wilco, Norm, TT, Twitchy, the big Texan, Fly Sky, Sideways, Spawn is in, Clocade in as well. They're all coming in. So you've got to say, he's the odd one out here, BCG1 for Sidorg, but what... Oh, he looks like he's struggling. You can see the rain getting heavier, Prince. It just came out of nowhere, didn't it, Chuck? We knew it was well and truly on the way, but boy, it never rains here in Suzuka. It pours, and you can see is he struggling there, and it looks like Brett Want for GC Racing as a stop-go penalty, Prince, after their stop.
Yeah, so TT definitely came in a little bit too hot and heavy for pit lane there. They did a driver swap, and unfortunately Brett is going to have to serve that stop-go 30. But, Trev, I'm just going to quickly cross down a pit lane. I just want to double-check how the rain is coping down there. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, yeah, it's me in pit lane. It's raining sideways. Sorry, I had to do it.
Seamless transition. I didn't know that was coming, but a seamless transition there down to our pit lane reporter, Chuck Norris. And guess what, Prince? Sidorg into the pits, not wasting any time on the extra lap out there.
Yeah, definitely not wasting any time out there. So he's definitely made the right call to come into pit lane. It's definitely heavy conditions out there. Rain increasing in 10 minutes now, and rain increasing again in the 30 minutes. So this is only going to get a little bit worse here. Track has now made its way to damp. Shortly, I believe it'll go to wet conditions on the track. So, yeah, these curbs very slippery. It's going to be a whole different ball game for a lot of these drivers. Wilco, though, opting to stay in the car. BCG2, we've got Nemo in there. Hoon Corp's got HC Lewis, Texas Racing, Little Max. So quite a few drivers are making their way into the car for the first time, and what a better time to jump into the car, Trev, in the wet conditions.
Certainly is. We did have some wet sessions in practice during the course of the week leading up to this weekend, but nothing can really prepare you, can it, Prince, for these conditions? And that rain, very, very heavy. HC Lewis for Hoon Corp there, you can see in P5. And let's have a look. Is Brett Want coming in? Yep, they're serving that penalty straight away, Prince. And Hoon Corp coming in as well.
Yeah, so it's good to see Brett coming in and opting to serve that penalty straight off the bat. I think it's a good move to get that one nice and early. Obviously, drivers have got 3 laps to serve the penalty, but opting to get it done straight away is definitely the good way to do it. But yeah, HC Lewis coming in a pit lane for Hoon Corp 1. So have they been in already, Trev? Or maybe I jumped the gun on saying they did a driver swap, but I do see Willstar with the purple lap, Trev.
Yep, I thought Twitchy was in there, so must have transferred across to HC Lewis, but they're back in the pits again as we take a look at Willstar. Willstar, in fact, Zest 1 in that car now for FTSC1. And their race has been interesting here, Prince. Well down the field, of course. 5 laps down, and you can see the spray coming off the back of these cars, Prince. I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon. We've already had a safety car inside the opening hour. We've got 2 hours and 52 minutes remaining. Aaron Thomas for TT Racing. We've seen these boys get into a bit of strife and a bit of mischief in the opening hour of this race. And then Captain Planet, haven't mentioned his name too much so far, Chuck, but he's in the shiny and chrome car there. And that car's looking very shiny and chrome-like indeed. And you can see the rain coming off it there. But these conditions, you can see now, Prince, the standing water is going to be a huge issue around this circuit, because you can see the track on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, and how wet it is, Prince. And wow, their drivers have just got to tiptoe around here. And you can see how wet it is, especially off to the side of the track as well. You do not want to be getting off your line here, Prince. Otherwise, you could end up in the fence very, very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like if there's anywhere really to, fully send it and find yourself all the way out at the fence and the barrier, turn one is definitely a tricky one in the wet conditions. Sometimes you brake just a little bit too late, or, you go a little bit too deep. You get onto that green, slippery stuff out there, and, before you know it, you'll be all the way out at the barrier saying hello to the walls. So hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing like that happens. But Trev, I got a little bit of a request. Would we be able to possibly get an on-board view in the car with Sidewalk for BCG1? Because that gap is nice and close, just to give the drivers, or the viewers I should say, a little bit of an idea of the spray and the conditions that these drivers are having to face when they're following.
And let's have a look. Great segue there, Nigerian Prince. And TXM Vanessa says, hello everybody. And Nigerian Prince, it looks like we've got a first-time chatter. And what do they need to do, please?
Vanessa, welcome to the stream, first of all. Great to have you here. If you wouldn't mind, we would love to have you a part of the community. We stream quite regularly here. We've got a weekly series that runs on Wednesday, Thursday nights. We also do the Oz New Zealand PS5 Endurance series. We'd love to have you a part of the community. And anybody else out there that might not be following the stream, please do consider hitting that follow button. We would greatly appreciate it.
And that's why I'm here, says Vanessa. We are waiting for that follow button to be pressed. And Prince, we don't usually like waiting this long, do we?
Yeah, sometimes it can be a treacherous wait, almost like these conditions out on the track, Trev. But slowly but surely we'll get you to that 300 follower mark, and I'm sure there's quite a few people out there that might not be following the stream. And let me tell you, if you're not hitting that follow button, you're definitely going to be missing out on plenty of amazing content here. Welcome
to the family. Let's have a look at that. Not only do you get the commentators welcoming you into the chat, and because I'm actually... Yes! Fantastic! And TXM Vanessa is now following the channel, Prince. That is our 281st follower as we continue the road to 300. Thank you for joining the family here on the KRL Twitch channel. And Prince, I say it each and every follower we get, but her life will never ever be the same from this point on.
Yeah, exactly. The moment you hit that follow button, Trev, your life changes, and for the better, I might add.
And Prince, we're hearing that Vanessa is new, actually kind of new to ACC, but want to do the competitive things. And should we just get a link to the Discord in there? Perhaps to let you know where you can contact the KRL channel and the various other opportunities we have. Would you like to be a part of this series? Well, please follow the Discord link to get involved. And Jimbo says, put the foot down, Wilco, says Jimbo Jones. And if you're just joining us, Vanessa is the newest follower on the channel. We're just over an hour into this race. And EXO, the great man who fronts the AC/DC tribute band, and the great Bon Scott, of course, tried to swap over. And when I hit drive, it took me to another car. Oh, very close there indeed. And what is going on here? It looks like Nemo's in P1, BCG2 and BCG1 are first and second here, Prince. What is going on?
Yeah, some interesting moves here. So it seems like not only, the two BCG guys are running up the front here, but Wilco seems to have lost out a little bit. So I wonder whether he's struggling a little bit with that setup in the McLaren. Maybe we need to jump back to the King's car and just have a quick ride on board with them and kind of see what's going on. But just before I cross back over to Trev here, I've put two links into the chat there. If you would like to be a part of the Australian New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series next year, we've got a stacked calendar full of 4-hour, 6-hour, and I believe there is a single 8-hour event next year being held. So definitely be sure to jump into that Discord with that link there. If you would like to be involved in the weekly series with KRL that we host on Wednesday and Thursday nights, definitely be sure to jump into that second link. You can find the KRL Discord, !Discord.
And we're hearing there, of course, plenty of options, says Rain of Fire. if you're after some competition, most run on different nights to each other as well, so plenty of opportunities to get involved. And insane battle, says Mac and Cheese, inside the top 3 in very tricky conditions. And Prince, Vanessa saying she is not actually from Australia, she's not actually from New Zealand, but she is from the Deutschland, she is from Germany, yeah, and she speaks amazing English too, doesn't she?
Yeah, it definitely does. I don't want to shy you away. The driver that you're watching on board at the moment, Jason Wilco, is actually our host here. And I believe, even though we say Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series and stuff like that, I do believe we do take international drivers. So definitely do be sure to jump into the Discord. We love to have a chat, and I'm sure we can make a spot for you available on the grid.
Certainly is. We can even speak German if you like. But we'll get back to that in just a few moments. But Dunker for following there, Vanessa. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it. We don't have to speak German, we're hearing, because let me tell you, look at this battle and look how treacherous. We've got another follower, and that is a delayed reaction on my little counter here. But let me tell you, 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining here, and the public wanted an onboard here at the moment, and look how treacherous it is, Prince. And you can see Wilco behind the wheel of the King's racing car, just no visibility whatsoever at the moment. It's like being inside Chuck Norris's washing machine. You can't see anything.
It kind of gets me to the point of, help me, I'm stuck in the washing machine.
Oh, yeah. And thank you for the follow, Vanessa. Please don't hesitate to get involved. I know the time difference is a little bit challenging over there in Germany, but we would love to have you here as part of the community. And Saint Sin has said there's quite a few internationals, so maybe time to change the name, Prince, and be an all-inclusive, not just Australia and New Zealand, but we need to include more people from around the world. We've gone global here.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like we definitely need to open it up a little bit, because I do believe we've got an American team running in this series at the moment. So yeah, it's definitely not restricted to the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series anymore. It's more of like a global endurance series, you might say, Trev. So yeah, like I say, if there's anybody out there and you're looking to get involved in some great racing, and you want to be on the stream and you want us to commentate some shenanigans towards your way, definitely be sure to jump into the Discord. I've actually created a new command line. If you use !endurance, that'll give you a link straight to the endurance series that we host that you're having the privilege of watching now. And obviously !Discord will take you to the main hub, which is KRL.
You can see there the man, multiple champion, of course, Chuck Norris, the Nigerian Nigerian prince, and Rain of Fire saying, for some reason, KRL Worldwide reminded me of the Step Brothers movie. What a mega start to this race. That's the go, says Saint Sim. And Rain of Fire there with the little train emoji. And he was leading the hype train a little bit earlier on at the start of this race. But I tell you what we might do, as Nismo Nath, the boss of Hoon Corp, jumping in the chat. How good was his commentary last night? And his commentary was absolutely fantastic. The boss jumping into the to the chat last night in the GT7 event, of course. And Vanessa says, yeah, the time might actually be quite a big problem, because I work a full-time job, and from experience, my Aussie friends are usually online when I'm at work. It is a bit of a challenge, that 7 or 8 hours, isn't it, Prince? As, my goodness, these conditions are getting absolutely atrocious there. And Nismo, the Hoon Corp boss, saying the heavens have now opened. It's a Catalina wine mixer, says Cobb McCool. And Saint Sin saying, shakedown up in P5 from P13. A great drive from Sideways and Glasso at the moment here, Chuck.
Yeah, they're having a really great drive. I was going to say, Trev, should we throw it back to the trackside cameras? Those cameramen, men and women are probably panning those cameras as quick as they can, and sadly we're not capturing their angles and seeing the great racing from this perspective. But yeah, like the Shakedown lads are doing a very good run at the moment, up to P5, I believe. They're actually running the Pro-Am class currently. They've got a bit of a buffer there, 2 seconds just over. But this battle for the top 3, Trev, you just can't take your eyes off it at the moment, can you?
It's impossible to take your eyes off it. And Vanessa saying it's actually 7 a.m, so this isn't the best time to race. Is it 7 a.m. in Germany at the moment? And that is very early. And they're just waking up, aren't they, Prince, to their some sort of German breakfast there in the schnapps and some of the bratwurst sausage. And what else do you want to do at 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning? Disco Stew has said, what else would you want to be doing, Prince, apart from eating your bratwurst and having your little German coffee at the moment?
Oh, honestly, I'd love to be a part of this race, because this rain, I do love a bit of rain at Suzuka. But on the German topic, though, I actually race with a couple of lads on the PC sides of things, and they're German as well. So I had the privilege of talking to them at the stupid hour of the morning for them. Some of them were going to bed at about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, so I definitely understand the pain of the different time zones, so to speak. So yeah, nonetheless, though, don't be shy. Definitely be sure to jump in, because if there's the odd occasion that you can jump in for a race, we'd love to have you. But goddamn, Trev, this racing and this rain, it doesn't look like it's going away. It's staying. It's here for the long run.
No, I'm trying to get my little German translator working here. But Danke for Zuschausen. Thanks for watching. No, it's not going to work. Oh, bugger it. There we go. But there we go. Wow. Well, here in Australia, we have a technical term for heavy rain, Prince. And can you please explain it to our German friends out there watching at the moment?
The only explanation I have for it is, some people might find offence to the word, but it starts with a C and it ends with an F. Well, the first part starts with a C and the second part starts with an F.
It's all right,
I'll leave it at that, eh?
we might be thinking of different words there, but 2 hours.
Probably, yeah,
I was about to say, das pissing down. Yeah. And
okay, yeah, sorry, you were definitely different topics of where my mind was at.
End of message. As you can see there, the battle continues and the rain is getting heavier. And Vanessa says she woke up at 5 a.m. actually, and she says that's brilliant pronunciation. So the German is actually working here, Prince, for our German viewers. But enough of the German at the moment, because look at the battle, 1, 2, and 3 all together. And Nemo should be very comfortable in these conditions, not only being from New Zealand, but being a Kiwi as well, and being Nemo, he should be very adept at handling these conditions, considering how wet they are.
Yeah, very lucky he didn't do the first hour, because he could have quite literally been a fish out of water. But thankfully for Nemo, he knows how to navigate these conditions of the moisture, and hopefully is I don't want to say hopefully is not drowning out there, because fish don't drown, do they? Yeah.
no, they sorry, that was very funny. Yeah. No, fish don't drown, they swim. And you can see there Vanessa enjoying this. She goes, you're so brilliant and funny. And she absolutely loving that stream over there at 7 a.m. And please don't forget to get us onto the television, wherever you are in your German cafes or German breakfast bars. Please let us know. And if you're eating your sauerkraut at 7 a.m. in the morning, what else would you want to be doing apart from tuning into a couple of mad Australians? And she's actually saying she doesn't actually have such an accent. She doesn't even talk like that, Voodoo.
So a little bit different to the counterparts that I've gotten to know from the homeland of Germany. Some of them sound very, very German, and I was discussing with them earlier. I joke around with them quite a bit. I always say every time I hear them speak, even when they're trying to speak normally in German, They just sound very aggressive. It might just be the nature of the tone of the lingo, so to speak, Trev. But no, enough of those shenanigans. Hey, the racing here for the top three. This is what I love about wet racing, and traditionally, wet racing always brings out the best in people, and sometimes you've got those wet race merchants, but here we've got 3 wet race merchants all going tick for tack here, all within a second, and man, I want to see a send from somebody, but at the same time, I don't want to see somebody get the old punt arena.
No, you don't want to be seeing that, as I can tell you what, something's scraping on the door of my commentary box, and boy, I hope... Oh, and somebody off there in the background at the Spoon curve, and you can see TXM Vanessa saying, I don't have an accent, I have a rather British accent, and that's absolutely fantastic, Vanessa. Sounds a little bit like Charlie, doesn't it, King Charles? And Nismo saying, dang, you guys need that sound clip of, the Lando one? My voice just broke there. The Lando sound clip, it's fucking wet, guys. It's fucking wet. And that sounded a little bit more like Lewis Hamilton. But the pressure that Nemo is under, and he's certainly not going to be a wet fish drowning here this afternoon because he's still in the lead here, Chuck, at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely not a fish out of water in this scenario, Trev. I'm not going to ever lift that one down. I'm going to be constantly reminded of the moment I said, fish don't drown if they're what I'm so confused. Nonetheless, though, I'm going to stop my chain of thought because otherwise it will get planted in the memory, and I'm never going to lift that one down. But Nemo is actually doing a really, really good job holding off this battle here. It's actually quite a good battle that we've been able to have the privilege of watching here. Wilco, sadly, was running P1 and he managed to drop down to P3, but they're not letting it go, and I feel like Little Mac might be closing in just a little bit as the time goes on, but I do see Brett as well, not too far away from Kilroy. A couple of other drivers might be struggling, and other drivers might be gaining during these conditions. So the light at the end of the tunnel for the lads is the rain increasing has actually disappeared from the 30-minute marker. It's now rain decreasing.
And the track conditions, we've got a yellow flag there. Who is that? No, it's not Shawnee Fuller. And we'll wait and see. There was a yellow flag near the Spoon curve. Is it EXO? I think it might have been EXO who was in trouble there for Loose Cannons Racing. Currently 3 laps down. Not sure. There looks to be a little bit of damage on that car, Prince, although he's got back going again now.
Yeah, if he made a mistake, he's definitely done a good job to look like he doesn't have too much damage if he did incur anything there. So, yeah, a couple of these drivers getting caught out by possibly some of the puddles, maybe aquaplaning through some corners, or even doing a simple thing and just getting onto a bit of curvature that you don't really want to be touching, especially during these conditions.
Here we go then. It's BCG2 versus BCG1. We are broadcasting all the way to Germany here, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you, get amongst the KRL family there, all the socials at the bottom of your screen. If you're still watching, Vanessa, and since I don't know any of the lap times from the top of my head, what lap times are these guys doing around Spa? Prince, what times do they usually do around Spa? I'm just trying to think. In wet conditions or dry conditions? If you could confirm that, that would be fantastic. And poor old Nemo. In the dry, Prince, what sort of conditions, what sort of times, I should say, in dry conditions at Spa on this game? I guess it depends on the car.
Yeah, definitely dependent on the car, the driver, the setup. There's a couple of different factors that come into that mix. But during qualifying on Friday night, we saw a couple of drivers dip into the 59s. I have seen drivers on PC go into the 56s, which is absolutely mental. But our drivers here on the field at the moment, we did see them go into the 59s, low 59s during qualifying. At the moment, though, for these wet conditions, definitely light rain, I would say maybe the 208s, but yeah, give or take at about 10 seconds onto that for these current conditions. But yeah, I would dry conditions though, for the main question, yeah, just over 2 minutes, I would say, for race time.
And you can see there, how is Nemo leading the race, says Keaton. Well, he's not anymore. He's not anymore, is he? Because Sidehawk is now in the lead. Wilco's got front row seats to this battle as well. And you can see there, 2 minutes 18, 2 minutes 19 for the quick guys. And Vanessa saying, I would be eaten alive. But that's not to stop you, of course, Chuck, because we have different classes, don't we, here for KRL?
Yeah, absolutely. In KRL, we cater for a wide variety of different skill levels, and we like the newcomers, we like the regulars that sim race and sweat their way through everyday sim racing. So yeah, we definitely cater for a wide variety of skill levels here. So yeah, definitely. Obviously, there's going to be those scenarios that there's people that are alien pace and there are people that are a little bit slower. But the wide variety of skill levels opens you up to a wide variety of different various battles that you can have over the course of a racetrack.
Certainly does. That rain is easing off in about 30 minutes time. There's your answer, Vanessa. Thanks very much for following us and being a part of the KRL family. And don't forget Wilco's Driver Training Academy, so we can let Vanessa know all the way over there in Germany that the man on your screen, Jason Wilkinson, currently driving for Kings Racing in the number 19 car, has his own driver academy, would you believe? And apparently, you can see there Kings Racing on your screen, and apparently getting very positive reports back from the Wilco Driving Academy. And if you book in quickly, you can get your next lesson free if you call the next 15 minutes. Just 1-800-WILCO Driving Academy and get amongst it. And you can see there, don't forget about the Academy, of course. Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, has... I saw him last night driving on GT7 there. I think he was driving on GT7. And I'd had a scotch or two. But go Sidehawk, he says, Captain Risky. Vanessa doing 2 minutes 22 in the 296 without a setup. That's not too bad without a setup, says Rain of Fire. And she says, Prince, das not good. Das not good. The 2 minutes 22 and das is good. And oh, this is good. Look at das is good, because Wilco was very close to Nemo there. And despite the fact that Wilco is not a fish, he's catching Nemo at a rapid rate of knots here. And do we get the snake knives? That sounds dangerous. They're knives, snakes running around with little knives coming out of them. But where do I sign up for the Wilco Driver Academy? Do we have a website on that, please? Keaton wants to know.
I don't think we have a website for it, but I do know there is a dedicated space in the KRL Discord for the Driver Academy. If you're not in the KRL Discord, but I assume you are, Keaton, ! Discord. If you're not in there, definitely be sure to jump in there. But yeah, like I say, there is a dedicated channel in there for Wilco's Driver Academy.
And that is the answer, Keaton. If you want to sign up to the Jason Wilkinson Driver Academy, or JWADA, as the acronym suggests. And Team Running Bear wants to know whether you get the steak knives. And wow, I'm just... Oh, somebody, HC Lewis, you'll be proud, we know it. And oh, they're going very slowly there. I think a bit of a moment there for HC Lewis, and that's going to open him up to some Shawnee Fuller action at the hairpin, Chuck. Oh, yeah, he's off the track.
Oh, no.
Has he made contact with Shawnee Fuller there? I think Shawnee Fuller's through. These conditions, they're just getting a little bit too wet. And if you think about it, you can see how treacherous they are. And Rain of Fire, very supportive to our German friends here, Prince, saying, you have to start somewhere. Das is not a bad place to start. I averaged 2 minutes 20 around Spa with a setup. So Rain of Fire telling our German friends that that's not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, everybody's got to start somewhere. And, I think the great thing about sim racing especially is you know, you can join a community and the things that you can learn, ask plenty of questions. Don't be shy about asking questions because you'll be surprised how many people are actually willing and more than keen to offer their assistance, whether it be setups or, you know, give you a quick run through of some, you know, good basics to try and hone your skills in. But yeah, definitely don't be shy in asking comments on various forums or discords, or, you know, getting to know people in various communities. But I just want to touch on that brief mistake a little while ago that we saw with Shawnee Fuller back there, Trev. That was very good awareness by the other driver involved to, you know, see that in the mirror, open up the steering a little bit, and allow the mistake to kind of come through and happen, so that they could avoid a collision. But this battle with Wilco and Nemo, though, this is getting spicy down into the curvatures here.
Ooh, it's getting spicy indeed. We saw Prost and Senna make contact there before Chuck Norris was born. There was nothing before you were born, Chuck Norris, but Jason Wilkinson is through now and up into second place. So Nemo, despite his natural habitat being in water, is not enjoying the last couple of laps here at the moment. And Captain Risky says, yes, he was on GT7 last night, mate. Very good event. Watched a bit of the S1 race, and you guys were in last night. It was a stacked field, plenty of superstars in there, as TXM Vanessa, all the way from Germany. Let us know which part of Germany you're watching from. And she says, I'm not totally new to sim racing, but still there's plenty of opportunities if you want to get involved in this series. Who knows, we might even change the times. We can go racing at 1 a.m. if that suits you, Prince. But then again, it's not up to us, is it? We just jump into the commentary box and talk about what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would actually genuinely love to see you awake at 1 a.m, Trevor. Those are my kind of hours, and yeah, I need to get you awake at 1 a.m. sometime. And I need to show you what life is like in the darkness.
And you can see there, that could be very interesting indeed. And yes, getting a little bit on in years now, 1 a.m, that's a little bit too much for me. But Super VT, that's so strange. I was about to say Super GT. That's how my mind works at the moment, but not too far behind Yickety here. You can see there, this is very close between JB and CS. Definitely a few big names in there, Stu, says Captain Risky. And Vanessa says, oh, I'm from Westen, Germany. And do you remember The Simpsons when the Germans come out and buy the nuclear power plant? Do you remember that episode, Prince? And I am from the East, and he is from the West. I had a big company, and he had a big company. Then we joined together, and now we have a very big company. And you may remember me as looking like Sergeant Schiltz, the lovable larrikin of Hogan's Heroes. And there we have it. That's enough German for me, because Super VT, this is a very good battle here. P5 and P6 in their own class, Prince.
Yeah, these guys are doing very well. Definitely catching up and clawing onto the back of the Ferrari here. And I got to admit, the Porker's definitely not the best enduro car, especially on tyres. I don't actually think I've done a proper wet stint in tyres, so I can't really comment on that side of things. But these guys, nonetheless, they're having a good run here. I do hope that we see them get a little bit closer as these laps go on, and maybe we see a move or two being made, Trev.
Sorry about that. My German translation on Google has just decided. Danke fürs Zuschauen. And that has decided to just kick in for some reason. Wow, better late than never. And oh my goodness, because Vanessa has just checked in and let us know she is somewhat close to the Nürburgring. This is like that, remember that Carmen Sandiego? Was that the game we had to find people around the world? It's getting very mysterious, isn't it? So we've established from Germany, Western Germany, and somewhere close to the Nürburgring. And Chuck Norris, we love Nords here on this channel, don't we?
Oh, I absolutely love Nords. It's definitely up there as, you know, one of my top tracks, if not the very top track. But I do have a question for you. Have you ever driven or gone around the Nordschleife before? Because if you have, I'm very jealous.
And Nord's also coming to ACC in 2024. And how good is that? But I tell you what, I tell you what, Nismo, the boss of Hoon Corp, is not going to be too happy with this Chuck Norris, because this is, we've seen a few scruffy laps here from Lewis, despite these conditions, and you can see they're still managing to hold down P8 and P9 now. Glasso further back for shakedown. And oh my goodness, Chuck, please read the comments. TXM Vanessa has gone around. Oh my goodness. Well, this is something that we weren't expecting when we started this stream a couple of hours ago, Prince, to actually be talking to someone who has driven around the Nordschleife multiple times, and Prince, in German multiple times, das mean more than one time, and the fastest car I drove was a Porsche, was a Polka 991 GT3. Oh my goodness, I'm dying with jealousy here, Prince.
That would have honestly been such a thrill. I've lost count of the amount of hours that I've put into the Nordschleife ever since I was a wee young Thacker, Trev. And yeah, one of my dream goals is to actually drive around the Nordschleife for one day and maybe get a ride in a car with somebody who's definitely quicker than me, and you know, I'm definitely sure I'll be leaving a few stains in the back of that car.
And that's amazing. Nice driving from Super VT.
Sorry, too much information.
Yeah, there we go. Well, just get it back to Hertz or whoever the rent-a-car is over there and let them fix it up. And I know you are jealous. Well, the closest I got, I might be showing my age a little bit here, folks, but the closest I got to a hot lap of a Grand Prix circuit, I did a lap around Sandown with Wilco in the car with me, but that's a story for another day. But the closest I got was the world's slowest minibus or minivan around the Adelaide Street Circuit many, many years ago, back in about 1992 or 93. And one thing I can remember, even at that very young, tender age, Prince, was the bumps around that circuit in Adelaide were just unforgiving, weren't they, back in the day?
Yeah, the curvatures around Adelaide are pretty brutal, if I'm being honest, and they definitely haven't gotten any better. And those cement walls are quite scary when you get to that back stretch of the circuit. But nonetheless, though, I just want to kind of detour ourselves back onto the racing, Trev. I hate to do this. I love our tangents where we go on. But Nemo dropping back 4.4 seconds now from P2 with Wilco at the helm for Kings Racing. So Nemo, a bit like a fish out of water at the moment, struggling to breathe in the water.
Well, I tell you what. Well, you said it, Chuck, that Nemo is struggling there now, 4.5 seconds off. But look at this, Wilco is right up behind our race leader Sidorg and applying pressure, Prince.
Yeah, we love to see a bit of pressure being placed on Sidorg. He likes to think he's an alien at some point in time, and you know, it's good to bring them back, back to the real world, knowing that, you know, we don't have our tinfoil hats on and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, Sidorg slowly got somebody chasing him instead of being the chaser. So a little bit of tables being turned here, but Wilco is starting to find himself in an element here in the rain. And yeah, like I say, Trev, this rain doesn't look like it's letting up anytime soon, but yeah, these drivers slowly creeping into that time where they're getting to that middle portion of the race, and driver swaps not too far on the horizon here.
And you can see there, as Vanessa says, I know you're very jealous. Do you guys know the section names of the track? I'm sure we know
Absolutely
it.
Not.
The Vorsteiner, the Yokohama, and then, boy, they get a bit confusing after that. The Tiergarten and Dottinger, and the other one, the Kloschelingen. And there are a few there. Wow, too many corners to name for me, but thank you anyway for pointing it out. And look at the big Texan. Where's the big Texan? The Texans are in fourth. That's very, very impressive there. You can see the All-American team. God knows what time it is over there in the US of A. But Drex says, hello. Changing topic to ACC tracks, possibly coming OT And Drex in the chat as well. Great to see you amongst the action. Ooh, some interesting little battles continuing on there. But the Yas Marina circuit is on the IGTC calendar. So maybe that could be an ACC, which would be very cool indeed to see, Chuck Norris. And you can see you join us there. That you join us. Very tricky conditions here around Suzuka, here in the Tokyo Prefecture. And Vanessa able to walk the Dottinger. You could walk the Dottinger, Prince. You would love that.
Oh, I would love to walk the Nordschleife, but that is a long, like 20-kilometer walk. At some point in time, I would actually, the big enduros that they run at Nords are definitely one to be a part of. But I can't wait for that day. Very, very soon on the horizon that we end up getting it, and we can drive it in ACC, Trev. So looking forward to the enduros being held there.
Well, I tell you what, if we end up walking it, Chuck and I, my co-commentator here, will actually live stream us walking around the entire circuit, Prince. That's something that you'll need to take a bit of Bratwurst sausage and some beer, because that'll take a good while. And we'll wait and see. Yas Marina, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it, Prince, in ACC? Be good to see.
Yeah, there's a couple of good tracks on the calendar that I wouldn't actually mind seeing in ACC, but I think it's definitely down to licensing agreements and all of those kind of good things that end up happening in the background. But, tracks like Sebring, Road Atlanta, a couple of tracks like that I would absolutely love to see in ACC. I think they'd be great GT3 tracks here, but yeah, I mean, there's so many on the calendar that, we wish we could have. I mean, I do believe, Trev, that like Phillip Island in Australia and a couple of those other tracks are also on the calendar. So, yeah, I think it's definitely we want them, but it's a matter of whether we're going to get them.
Yes, and Winton, which the V8 supercars seem to have forgotten about. Anyway, don't get me started on that. But, no, there we have it. So, it is close to 1 a.m. in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Rain of 5, Vanessa confirming it's 12:40 a.m. in Texas at the moment. And Vanessa could walk to the Dottinger. Takes 10 minutes on foot from her house. That is incredible. Imagine being that close to Nords. Definitely not an ad for CRF, says Drex. Now let's talk about the GT2s. The GT2s are welcome. They are coming, yeah. And Beaky, good afternoon, gents. Love hearing your dulcet tones. Beaky straight in with the compliments. That's going to get him a few points here, Prince.
Yeah, Beaky definitely earning the brownie points. And, if you're out there and you want to start earning them brownie points, definitely be sure to, keep them comments coming in, because we do love them. And you might even get me a little bit closer to the mic with those kind of comments.
Oh, yeah. Can you do some ASMR commentary there, Chuck? Oh, yeah. Let me talk like I'm going to throw a load in to the washing machine.
Okay. I was like, wait, where are we going with this?
And there we go. And I wasn't expecting that. And hey, Trev, Ali says g'day. And hello to you, Ali, there all the way down in Melbourne. But don't know if Leonard would like the impressions. Oh, Drex, what are you talking about, oh, Drexy? And well, not sure.
Leonard's German, yeah. He's one of the drivers I race with.
Oh, Leonard! Yes! And Mrs. B has jumped onto the stream, and look at that! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yo, yo, yo! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yeah. Well, guess what you do in these conditions, Prince?
You swim.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You boat gently down the stream. Merry, 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 merry. Life is like a dream. There we have it, and you can see now that look how close this battle is. We don't talk about sleep schedules here, says Chuck Norris. And Mrs. B, Prince, not happy. She says, don't talk to me, please. Not happy with her man at the moment.
Yeah, might not be happy with her man, but Mrs. Kaima, I'm sure you're still happy with me. I haven't burnt a bridge. Do I still get dinner, Miss Kaima? I'm in the basement. Can you let me out? Kaima, let me out! I'm stuck in the basement. Please help!
And she's not really in. Oh, and somebody off! And there is multiple cars off. including Captain Planet. He's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero.
Oh,
But
nice.
and we've got a few off here at the moment. What on earth is going on, Prince?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if Andrelli would just let us know whether a safety car is being called. I see the safety car popping up in the in-game chat. I haven't heard word from Andrelli in Discord, but we've possibly, I can't even English, Trev. Yeah, Andrelli's gone. Safety car.
Safety car, and Wilco has taken the lead. We've missed this, and Mrs. B says no food for you. Oh, no food for you, Trevi. And there we go. I'm sure I've earned it, says Vanessa, and then Drex jumping in and saying, "Bah, that sounds a little bit like a Kimmy." But we've got a safety car, Prince, which means that's another excuse for me to use my graphics once again.
Yeah, throw them graphics up. We do love to see them. And we've got clouds, Trev. 30 minutes. We've got clouds on the horizon. But yeah, safety car throwing into the mix here. Interesting T1 shenanigans by the looks of things. A couple of drivers involved. Enough to warrant Andrelli to call a safety car. So we will be seeing Andrelli picking up the leaders here. We might even see a couple of drivers having the privilege to actually unlap themselves. We might see some drivers hopefully not diving into pit lane too early here. But yeah, stint timers maybe got another 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes on the clock. So yeah, might be hopefully a short, simple safety car period here.
And this will, of course, bunch the field up once again. Lap 48 of this race. And you can see Vanessa wanting to know, Chuck Norris, how does the safety car work, Wilco? Our race leaders are in the pits. They're obviously taking advantage of that free pit stop there, Chuck Norris. But Vanessa wanting to just know how the safety car works. And whilst you're explaining how the safety car works to our viewers, Prince, I'm going to go for a short pit stop of my own and be back in a few seconds' time.
Yeah, copy. So the safety car is deemed based on, I believe, off memory. I'm very vague on the memory on this side of things. But I do believe the safety car is called when there is 3 or more cars involved in the incident. So when we saw the brief picture of shenanigans happening in T1, we did have 3 or more cars involved, which warrants the safety car. So under safety car, drivers are allowed to pit. They're allowed to complete a stop if they would like to. Safety car will pick up, obviously, the lead driver at that point. We do have wave arounds, I believe, allowed. So any drivers that might be a lap down will have the ability to unlap themselves. So we've got Andrelli at the helm of the safety car. Hopefully he hasn't had one too many hard solos here this evening. We do need to get the breatho out at some point, I do believe. But you know, we ignore the driving abilities here. I think he's on a controller. So he does look like he has picked up some drivers behind him. We've got Super VT. So where is Super VT on the timing boards? P13. So we might be seeing some wave arounds very shortly. But we did see the leaders coming into pit lane. So Wilco at the helm for Kings Racing. I believe we saw BCG 1 and 2 come into pit lane. We've got a couple of other cars opting to come into pit lane as well. Simon clicked the change brakes icon. Well, that's going to be some shenanigans in pit lane there. That's what does that add onto the time there? 45 seconds onto the time. So yeah, 1 minute 15 stop. That's definitely not going to be helping anything out there. But Super VT does look like he's got a little bit of damage onto the front of that car. So hopefully he can get it fixed. FFK Racing with heat at the helm for the car 51 P16. Currently stop go 30. So unfortunately, I think they've sped into the pit lane there. Vicky says, who is driving the safety car? We have Andrelli at the helm of the safety car. He might have had one or too many hard solos, so hopefully his abilities to drive. We haven't sent the breatho out into pit lane yet. We probably should have done that before we allowed to throw him the keys for the safety car here. But that's a story for another day. So yeah, like I say, guys, we might end up seeing a couple of drivers getting wave arounds here, as that is deemed in the rules that is possible. But yeah, we're trying to pick up the leader. We have picked up Super VT and the drivers behind that, which is P12 and on. So we're not quite sure who the current actual leader is as they come out of pit lane. But yeah, sadly, from Matt Simmons, the news has come in. Sidorg sadly deciding to tick the brakes by accident, and they'll have some fresh brakes, but unfortunately that comes at the cost of 45 seconds. That's sadly going to cost them quite a little bit.
Well, willkommen to all of our German viewers out there, Prince, because you join us right in the middle of a safety car period, and Vanessa wanting to know, hey Cam, Ali says g'day, and Vanessa saying, did you just say that the safety car driver is drunk? And Saint Sin saying can't hear anything in the safety car chat there, Prince. So what is happening there?
Yeah, Andrelli's just muted in the safety car chat, so if you just bear with me, Trev, you have a brief little discussion. I'm just going to jump down in there and just try and see if I can get Andrelli to possibly unmute his mic so everybody can hear what's happening under safety car procedure here.
Okay, we're getting this fixed. Thank you, Saint Sin, who says, yeah, can't hear anything under that safety car, of course, but the Nigerian Prince is getting that looked at, so Andrelli can, I think he's muted at the moment. Yep, he's muted himself. I think Wilco might be in there talking at the moment, Saint Sim. I hope Andrelli is drunk because I am, says Beaky. Beaky, what are you drinking? You absolute superstar. We've still got 2 hours of this to go. And myself and Chuck Norris, my co-commentator, is we're already losing our minds here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours into this race. It is hot over here in Australia, let me tell you, and most of us are in Australia. It is 32 degrees here in Benalla, where I am in the great state of Victoria, and the humidity is absolutely through the roof. And I don't know what it is over there in the west of Germany, but it's certainly very warm here at the moment. And let us know, ladies and gentlemen, Wild Turkey Straight. Let me just, whilst we're watching the safety car do its thing, we might just check out what we are drinking here at the moment. There we are, and look at that. You can see the Ned Australian whiskey there, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you what, you think I'm joking about how hot it is in the commentary box. Look at das ist hot, ja? Look at that, Chuck. Cloudy with a chance of showers.
I can see the sim racer sweat dripping off of your head. Maybe we could sell that, Trev. You know, if you're out there and you want to throw in a cheeky sub, we will send you a jar of free sim racer sweat just for you. The first limited time sub gets some sim racer sweat.
Hang on, let's just try and get the most of this. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna save that.
Oh, not into the glass. Are you drinking out of that glass later? Like,
and we're gonna get rid of the commentator Cam there. Wow, a bit of Cam talking to Cam on Cam action. But let me tell you, the Wild Turkey goes all right straight, if you don't mind, Prince. Straight there from Beaky, and I hope Andrelli is drunk. And Vanessa saying, I wish I was. Das is so cold. And Wild Turkey straight for Beaky. It's a warm 9 degrees in the west of Germany. And it'd be very hard to get those tyre temps up around the Nords this afternoon, wouldn't it, Prince?
Yeah, it definitely would. 9 degrees is quite cold for us over here. I kind of wish we kind of got snow at this time of the year. But I just want to quickly jump in just so everybody kind of knows what they're seeing right now on your pictures with the safety car procedure here. So currently they're trying to give the wave arounds to everybody. They're trying to pick up Little Mac, which I believe is the lead car from my brief understanding in the safety car chat. So it looks like we've got the lead car onto the back of the train here. Okay, now we do. Little Max slowly becoming that lead car. There we go. Everyone else is getting that wave around to go through, and then everyone will be jumping back onto the train track.
Certainly is, and it's not quite a Michael Massey safety car, is it? Where we let some cars through, Prince, and not others, just to. Boy, it took me
that old chestnut.
It took me a long time to get over that. I stayed up all night. I did a Chuck Norris and stayed up all night after that race. I couldn't get to sleep after that, Prince. And look at that, Vanessa just as the car's just going through there. Hopefully, Andrelli has unmuted himself in the safety car chat. And the other day, Vanessa, Prince, took her sled to the Nords, and that is how cold it was. She could, because there was snow, she could ski around the Nordschleifen.
That would be kind of cool. Could you imagine like a jet-powered sled or something like that you could... Well, maybe not jet-powered. That's probably a bit too quick and, that might cause injury. But could you imagine like a powered sled around Nords? That would be kind of fun. I've raced a banana around Nords once, but yeah, I think I might have to add a sled onto the mix for the Christmas shenanigans.
I tell you what, I'd love to jump into your banana around the Nords and just get just get a front row seat to that. But have you seen there's some other good mods on ACC. Have you seen the T-Rex running around the track? Or have you seen that one?
The T-Rex one's classic. I've actually had some pretty funny ones I've driven. I've driven an Amazon box once. I was delivering a very speedy Amazon box. I raced a bathtub around Bathurst once, and I say once because I did fall out of the bathtub and I caused serious injury to my virtual racer. Sadly, he couldn't recover, and the bathtub had to be retired.
There we go, and that's one thing
very
about...
morbid story.
Very morbid indeed, but a bit like the Titanic. The bathtub on the Titanic, the pool's still full, but lap 52 of this race. And Little Mac for Texas Racing, you can see there, P1 behind the safety car. And you don't need a jet engine to be fast on a sled. It's much steeper in real life. And, geez, they're scary, some of those sort of the downhill skiing, Prince, some of that stuff. You need to really have a big set of cojones for that.
Yeah, there's a couple of scary ones to try and do and attempt in real life or even in the virtual life. Thankfully, in the virtual sides of things, we get some pretty chaotic mods, which are pretty fun to experience.
As you can see there, we're looking at the track map, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying this race here this afternoon. We've got people watching from South Australia, the west of Germany, Kringle in Frankston, and there we have it. We've just ticked under the 2-hour mark, Prince, and this is our second safety car for the afternoon.
Yeah, so thankfully it's only the second safety car. There was probably quite a few opportunities that it could have probably been a lot more. But yeah, just a quick recap, I guess. We had a very clean, nice start to the race. Everyone was nice in single file, or they were double file. Nice run into T1, and they all slowly formed into single file. And there's been plenty of great battles, I've got to admit, Trev. And then the first safety car was unfortunately called at 130R. There was a couple of drivers involved in an incident there, and we had a short formation there and got things back underway. And yeah, we kind of come into the rain segment portion of the race, which is looking like it's kind of getting closer to ending, Trev. Rain decreasing on 10 minutes and nice and cloudy on 30 minutes, which might end up rotating very shortly. And then we've got a safety car period currently with us. So yeah, it's all going down very well, Trev.
It certainly is. And speaking of going down, Triggered Dan has just subscribed Chuck Norris at Tier 1, and he's in his first trimester, possibly second trimester, because he's been subscribed for 4 months. He says, "Hello, beautiful humans." How good is that?
Yeah, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 4 months, Dan. I hope you've been doing well. Hopefully you've been enjoying your weekend over there in Melbourne. Hopefully it's not too hot over there. I know it's a bit moist over there for Trev, so hopefully you're having a great weekend so far.
Certainly is. And Triggered Dan, he says, love you guys and what you do. And I said, no, 9. We love you more, Triggered Dan. And then he's going to say, oh, but I love you more. But das is not possible. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have some breakfast. Have fun in the remainder of the stream. And can we just get you to say goodbye in German, Prince, to TXM Vanessa, tuning in from Western Germany on a Sunday morning. Auf Wiedersehen to you, and goodbye, and enjoy your German breakfast there, Prince. It's been a pleasure, hasn't it?
I'm not going for breakfast. But Vanessa, thank you so much for tuning in. We greatly appreciate you tuning in all the way from the Deutschland. I'm still very jealous to the fact that you've actually driven cars around Nordschleifer and GT3s and the Porsche Cup and all those kind of good things. So yeah, like we say, hopefully you have a great morning and a great day over there in the land of the free. Wait, is it land of the free? No, that's USA. Hopefully you have a great time over there today on your weekend, last day of the weekend in Germany.
Well, maybe
they are land of the free, but
yep.
I think
well,
that's
depends
USA
which
slogan. Sorry, I butchered it. I apologize.
And we won't get into it, but there was a point in history where they probably weren't the land of the free. But anyway, that's okay. But the safety car, Danke, Vanessa, Auf Wiedersehen. Enjoy your breakfast. Triggered Dan says, I'm going well. The weather is Schreisenhausen, and he also has COVID, but he loves us more, Prince, and we know that's not humanly possible.
Yeah, I actually had a bit of a chat to Dan a couple of days ago, and yeah, the sad news of him getting COVID, he ran the mill of dodging it for quite a while, and sadly it's kind of come through and struck. So yeah, Dan, we're wishing you a speedy recovery, and we're hoping it's not affecting you too much now. I know it wasn't affecting you too much a few days ago, so hopefully it's still the case. But yeah, hoping and wishing you a speedy recovery, but you definitely can't love us more. That's definitely, like Trev said, not humanly possible. Nobody can love us more than we love you.
As we see now, the Texas Racing Team safety car still out. So basically now with just under 2 hours remaining, Prince, it's basically a full reset, isn't it, of course, this race, or as best we can. And is it going to be in this lap? Do we need some more time to let the rest of the field come through?
I think there might be a little bit longer. We might be lucky, and we might have the safety car coming in this lap. But if you want to bear with me, Trev, I can actually quickly go and just double check whether we're going to be going one more lap or not.
And we'll let the Nigerian Prince check on whether there will be another lap of the safety car. Triggered Dan, the great man, says, cheers, legends, I am good. And loving this stream. Chuck Norris, do we have an update on the safety car? I'm looking at the track map. I'm guessing if we go one more time around, will that get us back to square one, I think, with all of the cars behind the pack?
Yeah, I actually, funny I asked the question, because the moment I jumped in there, I heard the beautiful sound of Wilco saying safety car in this lap, and I was like, okay, cool, and I left and I came back to you. So safety car boxing this lap, and we resume. Green flag very soon.
Did you hear that? Safety car in this lap, which means I can flick my little graphics on like an excited teenager. Safety car in this lap, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see that safety car peel off at the end of the lap, of course, Prince, and then we can get racing once again. There's still a few cars. I guess they can't all catch up, can they, Prince? Because we'd be here all day, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would end up having to go one more lap to try and get everybody onto the back of the train here. But I just want to throw it out there, Trev, you might want to remove the other ones except for the safety car in this lap. But yeah, we've got more than, I'd say, 50% of the field onto the back of the train. Safety cars coming in this lap, providing they don't spin on the curbs. Or are we going to see a safe chicane here by the safety car, or do you reckon they're just going to yeet it?
Well, no pressure, but the whole world... he's yeeted something there. What on earth was that? Bit of
A bollard, I think.
bit of
one
a
of them.
bollard or something going there, but we're going to get back racing here, ladies and gentlemen. The safety car is in, and we can get rid of that, and we can almost get ready to go racing again, if you don't mind, here at Suzuka in the Japan, and the rain is clearing up. It's raining at the moment. I think that rain is easing off, but we are underway again, and Trigger Dan has gifted a Tier 1 sub to Spawn Racing, and we've hit our targets, Prince. Absolutely smashed through the roof of our Tier 1 subscription targets here. I'm running out of breath, Jesus.
Dan, thank you so much for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Spawn Racing. You've taken us over the goal. Greatly appreciated. Much love, much love.
And let's have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. And BCG won right down the field after that safety car, Prince. But Trigger Dan is coming in with the goods. A Tier 1 sub to the Kit Bias community. And they've gifted a total of 3 in this channel. And boy, they are going fantastically well here at the moment. And so is this all Texas racing team. Little Mac. Yeehaw! Okay, Monty. And that's meant to be the weird, you know, the Texan off The Simpsons. But Binger, not too far behind here for the Kings Racing team, and Norm for BCG2 not far behind them as well. And we've had a full reset here, Nigerian Prince, and you can see here in the Tokyo Prefecture that the weather is clearing up. Those clouds are starting to clear, and the rain is getting lighter here, Prince.
Yeah, the rain is starting to ease up, so definitely dry conditions in the next 10 minutes. But the track is still going to be very, very moist for quite a little while after that, I would assume, until the dry line starts to form. So these guys will definitely still be on the wet tyres for maybe the next 20-30 minutes, I would say.
So lap 54 of this race, we've just finished our second safety car period here this afternoon. We're 2.5 hours into the stream, a little bit over 2 hours into this race. It's the 6th and final round of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series here on the Kit Bias Twitch channel. Little Mac going a little bit deep there, but no harm done. And we heard Chuck Norris mention it a moment ago, that even if the rain stops now, Chuck, it'll be a long time before this track is completely dry. But Binger King for Kings Racing there in second, BCG2 in third, then Hooncorp 1 in the hands of HC Lewis. Boy, Prince, they have come up the order very, very nicely indeed this race, and well, they're only 3 and a bit seconds off the lead here at the moment.
Yeah, they've been doing very, very well. You know, Hooncorp 1 have been slowly pushing their way further forward, and they started, I believe, I could be wrong, like, was it high 10s, closer to the 20s? I believe they started, and I think Twitchy was the starting driver and managed to get them up into single digits quite rapidly, actually, in the first half an hour or so. But we're seeing some good moves going on here between Kilroy and Fly Sky. Kilroy getting the better run out of both of them, and starting to make their way to the Degness. Do a little bit of damage on the front of Fly Sky's car as well, Trev.
Certainly is, but these battles are continuing here at the moment. A bit over 2 hours into this race. BCG1 in the mix there as well, in the hands of Jono. Clocate there, so that pack forming very nicely. Glasso a little bit further back, and there's battles everywhere you look, Nigerian Prince. Look at this battle. Glasso down to, what do we got there? TT down there to Zest, who's on a different lap, I believe, there at the moment. As we see now.
Did I send it?
Or did I send it?
Oh, did it send it?
Did it send it?
Oh, send it! Oh, stuff, guys. Oh,
great stuff, guys. And Trigger Dan redeeming the kit. We haven't heard a lot of these kit coin redemptions for the sound effects, have we, Prince, in the first 2 hours? But oh my goodness, who is that Zest getting a lap back there? And
my balls, mate. Yeah, really good.
And their teammates now. We didn't know it back then, did we? But Zest making some moves there, Prince, albeit being at the back of the field.
Yeah, some great moves, especially the safety car restarts. I love them personally, especially when it bunches the field back up. Everyone's kind of scrapping out for that same position. The gaps aren't as heavy anymore, and everyone can have a good ride or battle. Some people get the privilege of being able to unlap themselves as well, which I personally enjoy. It's definitely been a great dynamic to introduce into the final final safety car round, final endurance round here for the year. But Trev, I'm going to cross you over to Wilco for a little bit. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, go grab a new drink, and I shall be back with you in a little bit. But yeah, you've got Wilco's
fastest
son
lap
here
too.
for a little bit of a chat.
Oh, look at you go.
Perfect timing there. Great stuff. I actually thought that was Wilco, but it's the sound effects. Beaky getting amongst it. Jimbo Jones saying Americanas for the win. And boy, there's still a long way to go as Jason Wilkinson, I think, has been good enough to join us here. Wilco, we've seen everything in this race, but your man has...
Hello,
Sorry,
possums!
there's a delay between me seeing that those sound effects are coming and before they burst my eardrums out of this world. But Wilco, talk us through your race at the moment, mate. We've got your man currently in the lead here at the moment. Binger King doing very nicely indeed.
Yeah, man, what a...
I got fastest lap too.
That was probably the best race
Oh,
so far.
look at you go.
I had an awesome battle with Norm. He sort of pulled away before the safety car. Then the safety car come out and sort of, just readjusted my pressures. And, we had a good battle. We made a little mistake and I got through. And then, I had Simon all over me like a cheap
Shame you're too old to have driven here, really.
15 hours.
I am too old to have driven here, but
that rain come
you would have liked
decided I
it.
was going to do a double.
Shame you wasn't fast enough to get to Formula One.
Yeah, it was very tricky. I don't know if you guys went on board, but you could not see. Like I was behind Nemo and Simon, and I couldn't see a thing. So you're really using the side of the track to see where you're going. But Little Mac there, the Team America, Texas Racing, sorry, they didn't pit under safety car, so they stint time caught them out. So that's why they had to pictures then. So they've dropped right back down. I hope it's been a good race for everyone watching. It's been a good race being in the battle.
Great stuff, Wilco. There's been absolute action everywhere there, Wilco, of course. And Jimbo saying black flag for Wilco's team. Drive-through penalty. I'll tell you what, speaking of drive-through penalties, it looks like Sparky for PRT and Glasso for Shakedown, both with drive-through penalties there. And now Kilroy in the pits as well for Heatstroke Racing. And drive-through penalty. And I've got to tell you, Wilco, very big penalty around here, but you never know. We've already had a couple of safety cars, Wilco, so possibly they still might be in with a chance of a good result.
Yeah, so we've only got one safety car left. Like we've only got 3 for the race, so hopefully we can get through the last hour 45 without needing Andrelli back out again. But I'm not sure. I think Voodoo would have fooled you in, but because of all the confusion, because all the leaders pitted, Andrelli actually let through the leader, like he didn't know because he was looking for my number. Because we pitted, so we had to sort of reshuffle everyone. So Little Mac were actually a lap ahead. Everyone did well. Like we were in there barking orders and everyone listened well. And we gave a lot of cars their lap back, which is good. So I think we've got about top 16 should be in the lead lap, and there's been a couple of people that have pitted now. But Max has spun at the last corner, but looks like it. Little Mac car 23 or might be 46 on the leaderboard. Stopped at the last corner.
Yep, and spot on, Wilco. Texas Racing, disappointing for them. And those conditions, we did ride on board with you for a few laps, Wilco, and you couldn't really see anything. We saw you pulling across on the start-finish straight just to get some visibility there in the conditions a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, it got really bad. You would have seen on the little widget there that the rain got really heavy probably midway through that stint. But at the same time, it's when Nemo, Hyman and I were nose to tail. So when I dropped back to about a second, I thought that might help, but actually made it worse because I couldn't see the cars anymore. There's a car ahead. Gee whiz. Binger nearly just died. That wasn't ideal. There was a car. Well, I've lost my train of thought. I don't know if you saw that. Binger just threaded the needle through 2 cars spun at turn 1. That was scary. Yeah, but you couldn't see, so I had to try and catch back up, which I had good pace in the rain, to be within that sort of half a second so I could actually see the car. And that made it a bit easier to see, but yeah, it was pretty sketchy. It's drying up now, so we should have a slick run in the next probably 10-15 minutes, so should be good. But I've got 40 minutes left on my stint timer, so we'll see if I do another stint at the end. But at the moment, I think I'm done. I can crack open a beer or two, I reckon.
And good vibes there. While you were talking, you mentioned it, Wilco. You can see a drier line. Not exactly bone dry, but you can see a dry line emerging there for the cars. And, ooh, good vibes. He spun again, Wilco, and the rear wing of that, he's come back to the pits. So good vibes back into the pits for MJC Racing. Hoon Corp into the pits with Twitchy and out again.
His car just turned off. Nice. He must have knocked his starter and it just stopped the car. I exited the corner and we lost P1 at the moment, but it's all right. That's average.
Well, we saw the issues with Mac at Silverstone, so much so that Mac not accepted into the Wilco Driving Academy. Wilco going a little bit Helmut Marko there, and just not happy with that. But what happened again, Wilco? Sorry, just a loss of power or something? And
yeah, he's not sure. It just, the engine is cut off coming out of the hairpin, and I said, did you actually knock your starter? He said, I've got a button box and the starter's not near my hand, so he's not sure what happened. It just cut the engine, so we had to come to a stop and got going again. So we lost about 6 seconds, so we're 5.8 behind Norm now, but spewing. But we should have good pace in this sort of change of the conditions. We set up the car to be wet like we always do. We've only got one rear roll bar, and we're going to see how this goes in this change of the conditions. You can see we've got good traction, which is the key in wet conditions.
Certainly is. Let's have...
Rudy might be back. I'm going to get back to my team and keep chatting through the last hour and 40, but
thank you.
Hope everyone enjoys.
Good stuff, great stuff there. Wilco joining us from Kings Racing. Unfortunately, they lost a bit of time there with an issue with Binger, just a loss of power, I think, there on that occasion. But look at this battle as get your votes in. What pizza should Voodoo order? Wow, it's a dead heat. Look at that. They got one vote for Meat Lovers, one for the Godfather, one for the Supreme, and one for the Butter Chicken. Can we get all four on the one family-sized bit of dough? Can we, Chuck? Is that possible?
Surely there's a way I could get all four onto the one pizza, right? Either that, I've got to order 4 pizzas.
And wow, a butter chicken pizza, but I didn't know there was such a thing. But Adelaide's an interesting place. Clocade, look at this battle. Clocade and Jono, very close indeed, and it's getting very dark here in Japan. And you can see the headlights taking full effect, and the rain, Prince, is easing up as well with an hour and 40 to go.
Yeah, so rain looks like it's gone. Obviously, there's going to be quite a bit of spray coming off the back of the cars as they're still navigating around on a wet track. So these guys look like they're in the car for their first stint of the day as well. And there's no better time. Rain stopped, still a bit of a wet track, but these conditions, I wonder how many people have gambled to go on to slick tyres possibly. I know they might not be optimum, but sometimes that gamble can pay off so you don't need to come back into the pit lane. But then again, I've been proven wrong, and sometimes being on the wet tyres is still going to be the best option.
Well, I think it might be the best option here at the moment. You can see that weather is improving. The track's going to be drying out in about 10 minutes or so, 30 minutes definitely, but is it worth... I'm just thinking, Chuck, Nigerian Prince Norris here alongside me in the commentary box, multiple champion of not just ordering the right pizza, but he's also a champion on the track as well. And is it a matter of not getting too impatient here, Chuck? Oh, we've got a tie, Prince. All 4 flavours will need to go on the one pizza. And Beaky just explaining, what did I miss? Had to run to the chemist, says Rain of Fire. Well, he's missed lots of things. We had another safety car, Rain. Your German friend has gone to have breakfast and some sauerkraut over there at the Nordschleifer. And you can see there, you can get anything on a pizza, maybe not in Benalla, but oh, you live in Benalla, you drive horse and carts around. And oh yeah, they're really funny. Oh yeah.
Back in the days with dial-up internet and, sorry.
Oh yeah, chasing Ned Kelly around. Yeah, having shootouts and yeah, Stringy Bark Creek. Oh yeah, you're real funny, aren't you? You funny. Anyway, sorry, we're a bit over 2 hours in and we're losing our minds. We shouldn't be like that towards Beaky because he is one of our beloved regulars, isn't he, Prince? As we continue to watch this battle between CFD and BCG1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to have a good amount of shenanigans here, and you know, we like to have a couple of jokes and a chinwag along the way. Dude, I haven't said that word in a very long time. But nonetheless, though, these battles, especially the one that you guys are having the privilege of viewing at home, hopefully on the big screen. Hopefully you got us up on the big screen in the lounge room, and if you don't, you know, we're definitely family friendly. You can trust that. But this battle, Jono and Cloquet, this has been a good battle so far. Oh, I do see, sorry to change topic though, Trev, I do see Exorcist running car 21 for loose cannons has unfortunately got a drive-through. So I have seen a couple of people get drive-throughs over the course of, say, the last 10-15 minutes, and I assume that would be starting to be those track limits, Trev, starting to come into effect here.
And you can see their loose cannons with a drive-through penalty. Spot on there from Chuck Norris. And we might just keep, there's some good battles happening here. It's a quaddie, says Triggered Dan. And then Beaky apologising there. About time we got an apology from Beaky. Sorry, Trev. Hope you get electricity soon. Very, very funny indeed. We are still in 1880. My PC's still in 1880. Let me tell you, we've had so many issues with it. But I was about to say, before we got rudely interrupted with Beaky's jokes, that with an hour and 36 minutes to go in this race. Oh, hello, we've got Messick involved here as well. I think he's getting out of the way there, but does it just pay to just be a little bit patient in this scenario, Chuck? With Cloquet and Jono Stan doing battle, you don't want to do anything silly. The track's drying up and the conditions, they're getting better, so is it worth waiting for the track to just dry out a little bit more, or are they thinking, no, we're racers here and we want to get this moved up?
Yeah, the track evolution is definitely going to be changing. I'm definitely keeping my eye on the indicator. In the top right hand corner of your screen, you can obviously see the different varies of conditions are projected. So you've got the current, the 10-minute and the 30-minute projected, which is all very cloudy. But the one I'm keeping an eye on is the track state, which is currently wet. So that should drop to damp, I assume, very shortly. Maybe within the next few minutes, or even next 5 minutes even, that'll drop down to damp and then slowly to greasy, and then hopefully maybe even fast, and then back to optimum towards the end of the race. But yeah, definitely biding your time during this process, and Messick did well to get out of the way, trying to not impede too much on the battle that was unfolding. But yeah, it's one of those hard ones, Trev. You kind of want to get past as early as you can, see if you can make a little bit of a gap and you know, bring a margin between you guys, and see if that can help you as the track starts to dry up a little bit. But at the same time, you know, these battles, I feel like they're nice and close, and I got to admit, Trev, there's a part of me that loves a battle knowing you're getting into that final half an hour where you sit there and go, there's 5 battles on the track, who is actually going to be the winning car going over that checkered flag between the battle?
Well, there's still so many questions to play out here, Nigerian Prince. Chuck Norris alongside me here this afternoon. You can see 1 hour and 34 to go, roughly 90 odd minutes left in this race. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because look at these battles. Nismo, Yo Yickety and TT all together, as Rain of Fire says it can't be 1880 in Benalla because the gold rush hasn't even started, and I haven't even started panning or whatever it's called for you. Oh my goodness, look at this battle, Prince. Wow, shut my mouth up and wash it out with soap, because this is absolutely fantastic. I'm choking on my own excitement here.
Yeah, is this a 4-way battle, and they're not far behind? We've got another 3 cars looking to jump into the mix, Trev.
And Team Running Bear, Little Bear, ooh, that's his war cry there. You can hear that war cry, Chuck Norris. Drive-through penalty was for ignoring the driving stint timer. I'm not sure whether that was the case, but very controversial there, Chuck.
Yeah, if it was ignoring stint timer, I don't think you get a drive-through for that. I've got a high feeling that it was for track limits. because typically you'll get a drive-through for track limits, but yeah, I've not exceeded stint time in a very, very long time, so I can't remember the actual penalty, but I do feel like it was for track limits.
As you can see, this battle continue. Thank you, Triggered Dan. Lurk is lurking here. It's getting very dark here in Japan too, Prince. I'm not sure what you're doing. Are we heading out to Tokyo tonight for some dinner or some sushi? I'm not too sure. Or maybe the fugu, the famous Japanese pufferfish, which we know is very, very poisonous indeed. And if you eat the wrong parts of it, Prince, you could very well die, and that means that this will be your last season in the Endurance Series.
Yeah, quite possibly. We don't want that for any of the drivers, obviously. So when all the drivers get together for the Christmas break here in Tokyo before we all fly back home, we're definitely going to have to go out for some sushi, because I feel like that's the safer bet out of all of them.
Yes, just stay away from the dreaded fugu. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been through so much together, haven't we, Nigerian Prince over there in South Australia, the man at the foothills of the Adelaide foothills. But let me tell you, that track is drying out very quickly here, Prince. And you can see that the water is dry. We're seeing a dry line emerge. The track's still wet, but you can see it's visibly drying up very quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely drying up quickly. I think I jumped the gun on saying it was going to go to damp, and then what do you bet? I say that and it's about to go damp. But yeah, the dry line definitely starting to form up, and obviously a lot of these guys, I would assume, are still currently on the wet tires. So hopefully the dry tire running will fall into people's pit windows, so they've got one stint to the end. But you never know at a track like Suzuka, and being in Japan, sometimes the rain likes to come back, with a vengeance for the finish.
As this is getting very close between the Texas Racing Team and not the Texas Racing Team, I beg your pardon, between Messick and OGT. Lots of interesting battles. That's what the safety car does, and you can see all the cars now with their headlights on, because it is getting very dark here at the moment. You can see no more rain predicted in the next 30 minutes. We've got an hour and 30 to go. And Rain of Fire just saying, has Benella hit the Bronze Age yet, Trev? They were in the Stone Age last time I was down that way. Oh, and I stopped by Benella and they all were talking like, you know, when you watch those shows back in the Stone Age, and Fred Flintstone and all his crew driving their cars. Let me tell you, what, a jar of Vegemite wasn't $8 back then, and will have been playing Age of Empires 2, says Chuck Norris. Maybe they can level up to the next stage of life. And how is everybody enjoying the race? Mr. Serious getting in. Oh, and somebody in the background there getting very wide. That's not the ideal line to take through the 130R. Although we have seen drivers go off backwards there throughout the course of the afternoon and into this evening here at Japan. And the sun is setting here in the land of the rising sun, if you know what I'm trying to say. But Wilco, he was very serious in the driver's briefing. He let his hair down a little bit in the commentary box. But we're seeing some of these drivers now going to slicks. We're hearing Good Vibes is on slick tyres, Prince. And down there at the back of the pack, they've got nothing to lose, have they? We're almost at the crossover point now from the wet to the dry tyre.
Yeah, so track has just gone damp maybe like a minute or so ago, so the crossover point is definitely starting to creep in now. But I just want to bring your attention to Messick quickly, Trev. I see when he's under brakes, his front lights are flashing, and I see he chose not to come into pit lane. So I think the damage is obviously quite high for that car for it to obviously be flashing the front lights under the brakes. So I think he's just trying to get through the next 20 minutes just so he can get the final stint into that 70-minute window, and then they'll try and drive it home. So yeah, unfortunate that he's got to carry the damage. Unsure how he got it, but yeah, definitely sad to see the damage being incurred.
Certainly is. There's that man there. We might go back to some of these closer battles. You can see there the clouds have cleared here at Suzuka. Still damp track conditions. It went from wet to damp, track temperature of 26 degrees, so it should be drying up very shortly. Another 2 laps, we reckon, until the crossover period. We're hearing that Twitchy has been on slicks for some time, Chuck Norris, well ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's interesting that people have opted to kind of slug it out on the dry tires early. It's one of them hard gambles. Sometimes it's a good gamble to take the dry tires early. Sometimes it's not. But yeah, it's definitely in that crossover point now that dry tires are going to start to become a little bit better. And as that dry line starts to form, they'll start to improve greatly.
And you can see Lewis jumping in. I suggested the dice roll to him. Convinced him because you once did it, says Lewis. Lewis and Wilco getting amongst it in the chat. And we hope you're enjoying it, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know where you're watching from here in this 6th and final round of the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series here. Ooh, Norm. No, I was seeing things there, almost having a moment. Cloacade's dropped back. And I've got no voice, but I'll come in for a yarn with you cuties. Lewis is coming into the commentary box. We haven't had too many visitors. We only had the one visitor today, haven't we, Prince? So by all means, come into the commentary box and let us know out there watching, wherever you're watching from. We've had people from Germany, Western Germany, from Frankston, from Carrum Downs and the Adelaide Hills. You just never know where they're tuning in from, do you, Prince?
Yeah, exactly. You never know. It could be on the complete other side of the world in a completely different time zone, or it could be your next door neighbor. If my neighbors are watching the stream, hello. I hope you're doing well, and hope you're enjoying the commentary. But yeah, honestly, if we've got anybody out there that's driving at the moment, or not driving at the moment, but has driven during the course of this race, we'd actually love to hear from you. We typically have quite a few people come in and out of the commentary box, give us a bit of an insight to how their race is going. But we have, like you said, Trev, we've been a little bit lonely in here. So, like I said, if we've got any drivers out there that want to come in for a little bit of a chat, please be sure to join the waiting room in the Discord, and I'll drag you up quite hastily.
Great stuff. As Mr. Blobfish is now following Nigerian Prince. Mr. Blobfish is now following the channel. Let us know where you're watching from. And let me tell you, and yes, I got a stint drive-through, so Exo getting punished there. A little bit too long on that stint, Prince.
Yeah, so I can't remember who threw in. It was the stint timer, but I threw the gamble that it might have been track limits. So yeah, very unfortunate about the stint timer. How far? I'm curious, Mr. Exorcist. How far over the stint timer were you? I'm just going to drag Lewis up here, Trev, as well. So you've got Lewis in here for a little bit of an interview.
And just before we get to that, we've got a new viewer there. We've got Lewis in here at the moment, but Mr. Blowfish is watching from Adelaide, Chuck Norris, the land of the Nigerian Prince. And my co-commentator, Mr. Blowfish, is also from Adelaide. And boy, first-time chatter, newest follower there. Welcome, Mr. Blowfish. Boy, it's going to be a fantastic ride. As HC Lewis is in the chat with us. Thanks for joining us. You've got no voice, mate, but thank you for coming in for a bit of a chat. And he certainly doesn't have a voice there, but we are watching. He wasn't kidding, but wow, this is a real turn up for the books, because Hoon Corp.
Hello.
Hello.
I literally didn't have a voice for a second, so I'm going to push the talk. What's going on, boys?
Mate, you tell us what's going on. Your man is Twitchy, has gone on to the dry tyres, of course. We're in that changeover period. Let us know how you guys have been travelling in the first 2.5 hours of this race.
Tell you what, my man is Guy Barber, Twitchy, and we have come all the way from the back. Had just some stuff come up in person in my life, for qualifying, and that happens. And Twitchy made an absolute push out of it. I think we were up to about 8 for 7 first in. Slight mistake in our first hits for the changes in the US.
And we're seeing Twitchy in a very tense battle here at the moment. I don't think, is that for position?
No,
No,
so that
it's...
is actually a leader, yeah. I believe that these were for switching up to
So it's not for position, but mate, inside the top 10, just is that what is the expectation, mate, in the next 90 minutes or so? Looking to just get inside that top 5?
We have no clue what the expectations are. Let's see how it pans out, eh?
Great stuff there. HC Lewis, I just muted the car audio there because just struggling, or I was just struggling to hear there, mate. But congratulations. Thanks for joining us. I'm saying congratulations. I'm not sure that's in order just at this stage, mate. But thanks for taking the time out to join us. And all the best to you and Twitchy in the next 90 minutes of this race.
Yep, thanks, Rick.
Great work there, Twitchy and HC Lewis. We're watching Twitchy on the screen now. 14th, 7th, 2nd, 12th and 1st. Ooh, some of this traffic is getting very racy here, Nigerian Prince, and we've established that Mr. Blowfish is very close to you in Adelaide.
Yeah, it was very scary timing, if I'm being honest. I was looking out my window asking if my neighbour was watching, and I was hoping they were enjoying the broadcast so far, and then Mr. Blobfish says he's from Adelaide, and I had to double check that my neighbour wasn't peeking over the fence to have a look into the comms box, Trev. I got a little bit nervous.
Well, I tell you what, Sparky saying very difficult in the wet. Is there a bird on the loose or something tweeting going on in your place there, Voodoo? What is happening?
Can you hear my friends in the backyard? Can you?
There's something. It sounds like you've got a bird stuck in the washing machine, or whether Jub has got something, whether he's tearing up something, of course. But you can see there, that's what she said. Said Rain of Fire. Keep it clean, Rain of Fire, because it's only 6:36 or 6:06 if you're Booty and the Blowfish living in Adelaide, or Chuck Norris living in Adelaide there in this different time zone. But let me tell you, let's just have a recap here, Chuck. 68 laps gone, Norm leads, Binger in second, Jono 18 seconds further back, so things are just settling down at the moment.
Yeah, things starting to settle down as we get into that closing hour. Obviously, that closing hour is 20 minutes away. But yeah, things are starting to subside a little bit here. The gaps are starting to increase again, as we see Jono giving a nice flash of the lights in in the McDonald's livery for the BCG1 lads. I got to admit though, our top 3 runners have been kind of running top 3 for quite a while now. But yeah, the pace has been very good throughout the field, and especially those rainy conditions was a big spanner in the works that I'm sure not a lot of the drivers were expecting it to last that long.
As you can see, get your votes in. How are you enjoying the race so far? 3 votes for excellent. Is it good or average? Could it be better or bad? Not sure why you put that option there, Voodoo, but it'll affect the cows producing milk, or whatever the aluminium hat wearers reckon, says Rain of Fire. The car is so quick, and so quick in the wet. And Rain of Fire just saying, that's what she said. And Jono, they're just trying to find a little bit of water there off the racing line. Are these guys still on wet tyres? Prince trying to cool those tyres down here at the moment.
Yeah, I think they definitely are on the wet tyres. But Trev, you know how I was talking to you about how, in Japan, Suzuka, it loves to throw a curveball at the end with a bit of rain. I just want to take your eyes to that 30-minute countdown marker on the weather predictor.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to say I cursed it like 20 minutes ago, but I think I did.
Unbelievable. You can see it there. There is still going to be one final twist in this tale. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, because I can tell you here and now that it's going to get very... Oh no! Oh, Prince! We better get rid of that before copyright the copyright police come and get us. But we will be turning Japanese, and just as the track conditions get greasy, it's going to be that's going to see us out maybe, Prince, for the rest of the race with an hour and 18 to go if it's going to start raining in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, bit of a tricky situation for all the lads involved here at the moment. Obviously, everyone's going to have to come in for dry tyres soon because their wet tyres are going to start going through the roof now that the track's gone greasy. I don't think we're going to see optimum track again. We might be lucky to see fast track. But just as quick as they get onto the slick tyres and they get to relish in the glory of being speedy boys again, they're going to have to come back in a pit lane for wet tyres again, and that rain has increased from light rain to medium rain, Trev. So, yeah, it doesn't look like people are going to be seeing too much more dry running. This brief period here is, I don't want to say the last of the running, but, I do like the last twist in the tail here.
As Binger in the pits for Kings Racing. Who's going to jump into that car now? We'll wait and see. Hammer in there as well, along with Heath for Shiny Chrome Racing. Zest still with the fastest lap of the race, but of course changeable conditions as well. Team Little Bear for Loose Cannons. They're behind the safety car in terms of the results. Cloakade in as well, as the voting poll has ended. Excellent and good were the two options, Prince. So democracy working beautifully here as we see Metal Steel right up behind Twitchy at the moment.
Yeah, this is a good battle that we got on screen. I just want to quickly jump in before we continue talking about this battle. I'll be quick. Loose Cannons, I believe, because they're behind the safety car in terms of laps, I do believe they've disconnected at some point and they've had to reconnect into the server, and sadly it's kind of thrown all their progress out. But it's good to see nonetheless that they're back into the race, sitting in pit lane, getting ready for that timer to finish counting down for the stewards to release them. But back onto this battle, Metal Steel and Twitchy, they're having a good battle here. It's for the top 10, actually P9 here. So Metal Steel almost looked like he wanted to go down the inside there. Twitchy doing his very best to defend. Looks like he's going to try and hold off on the inside line here, but I like the odds of being that car behind as you're running through 130R and you're coming into that chicane towards the end of the lap, especially being that last car into the chicane. You get that opportunity to choose to stick behind and do a full send into T1. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here, Trev.
Well, we're 3 hours in, all side by side. The two Ferraris going at it through 130R. Is that going to leave Twitchy a little bit vulnerable coming into the chicane? We shall see, but he's staying in front for the time being. A little bit of damage in that car. Yellow flag out. And it's gone green again now, so you can just see. We'll get to this battle as well between Heat and the Texas Racing team, but you can see that dry line emerging here at the moment, but we're not going to get it for too long, of course, because, and you can see there at the top of your screen, in the next 30 minutes, rain expected. Wind not really playing much role here this afternoon, Prince, of course, so it's not getting rid of that standing water here so much. But this is what you expect from Suzuka, isn't it, Chuck Norris? As we've got our leaders into the pits here, Chuck. Norm, Jono and TT all coming in.
Yeah, so I think this is now where the most optimum time to do dry tyre running is going to happen. Obviously, naturally, being greasy conditions, the track is still going to be quite slippery. Curbs are still going to have a lot of moisture on it, so probably avoid the green stuff and the curvature to obviously try and keep the car in one piece and pointing in the right direction. But yeah, if these lads are going to get any dry tyre running in, now is the chance. And obviously you see quite a few of the front runners taking that opportunity to come in and try and get it done, because if you're staying out on the wet tyres and they're overheating too much, you're definitely going to be losing time versus obviously the option of coming in and going onto the slick tyres. So we do see Yickety run a little bit wide there. He might have gotten a track warning for that, hopefully not, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yickety end up in pit lane to go onto dry tyres as well this lap.
So 1 hour and 13 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Yickety having a moment under the bridge there after the second of the two Degner curves, and he is struggling at the moment, but look at this. How can you go this far? Just a little bit under 3 hours, Prince, and look how close these two McLarens are between Norm and Jason Wilkinson. Who is your money on to win this race as we see Matt back behind the wheel? And you can see they're always dangerous indeed. Shawnee Fuller as well. Then it's GC Racing there with Brett Want back in that car. Nismo for Hooncorp along with Mark for Team 77. We saw them going off backwards in the opening hour at the 130R, and that really set them back quite a bit. But also some good battles continuing down the order between SOS Nobby Nuts and Glasso, looking for a nibble of those Nobby Nuts. And you can see how close it is, and some of the drivers further down, Loose Cannons of course with Running Bear there, and MJC Racing with Good Vibes. We saw some issues for those guys a little bit earlier on, but we're approaching the final hour here, ladies and gentlemen, and let me tell you, the battles are continuing, and Yickety into the pits as Team Little Bear comes out, Prince. So that's going to leave a good old ding-dong for the lead. Oh, look at this. Wilco and Norm going nuts and bolts, hammer and tongs, sushi and the fugu blowfish. Whatever you want to call it, this battle is heating up.
Yeah, this is actually something I wasn't quite expecting. I did kind of expect Yickety to come in and go onto slick tyres for a little bit of running here just before the rain starts to come in, but Wilco's managed to find himself right onto the back of Norm here for BCG2. And Trev, I could be wrong, but I've dragged your favourite man, your favourite cricketer, you might say, who I believe is one of the drivers for BCG2, into the comms box here for a bit of a chat.
Well, there's only one favourite cricketer that I like to talk about, and that is Cameron Finding Nemo. And Nemo, thank you for joining us out of your busy schedule. If you're not taking 5-fers or 7-fers in your case, or racing around at the front of the field, then you are joining us here at the commentary box, mate. How are you, and how's life, as I like to ask you all the time?
Yeah, mate. Life's going good. First off, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Oh, goodness! Look at this. Sorry to cut you off there, Nemo. Because we'll get back to you in a minute. Don't get all funny about it. Because look at this. Wilco has made a move on Norm for the lead. And he takes the lead of this race. My goodness me. We'll keep an eye on this. Holy jeez, I've dropped something there. Anyway, that's all right. We don't need it. Because look at this. Not Tuesday for Loose Cannons, not the day. I think that means for Loose Cannons, you've got to be the spell check as well, don't you, in this chat. But Cameron Nemo, please talk to us, mate, about your race so far this evening. Sorry to cut you off like a bastard that I am.
That's all right, mate. Race is going great. Obviously, travelling in second place now. Jason made that pretty good overtake around the outside there. But yeah, race is going good. The wet stint was pretty hard, I have to admit that, but it was pretty good to keep it on the track with Jason Simon there. But yeah, just trying to keep it on the track to hopefully secure this championship.
And that's what it's all about, mate. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and however many cliches I can throw in there in the next couple of minutes while I talk to you, but we've got 70 minutes left in this race, Nemo, and we can see that in not 10 minutes time but 30 minutes time it's going to be positively pissing down. How are you guys going to go in the wet conditions that are coming in the next hour?
Hopefully good. I'll probably get back in the car for the wet conditions. We've kept Norm in the car just for this dry session, and yeah, hopefully we can keep it on this black stuff really.
And that's what it's all about, that's for sure, keeping it on the black stuff. And our favourite Kiwi cricketer there, we'll get him back onto the screen there he is, just opening up a frothy there with the actual game ball from the 7 for 28, I think it was. Nemo, can you talk us a little bit through that?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Opened up with the ball. Got a few wickets straight away, really. It was doing quite a bit off the deck, so that was pretty good. And then came back for my second spell and cleaned up the tail, really.
Well, that is fantastic stuff. A little bit of swing there, a little bit of purchase off the deck. and fantastic stuff. And how'd you go with the bat, Nemo, or should we not ask?
Well, luckily enough, I didn't get to bat, so that's good from our batters. To, you know, get us in a good position. We had a batter get 100, so that's good for him and good for the team.
Great stuff there. The great man, not even needing to bat Chuck Norris, and that's a cricket. That means that's very good. And let me tell you, Rain of Fire wants to know, we've got questions coming in for Nemo. Don't you dare think about leaving this commentary box. How fast do you bowl, Nemo, says Rain of Fire.
Oh, well, I haven't been clocked before, but I'll probably say about 120-ish.
120. Wow, that's some pretty brisk pace, let me tell you. And with a little bit of a green deck, that could cause some issues. Any sideways movement, Nemo, if the deck's a little bit green?
Oh, mate, I live in New Zealand, and I don't think we ever get a grey deck. It's always green. So, yeah, a lot of purchase for those bowlers.
Great stuff, as we're hearing that Shakedown has a drive-through penalty. We'll keep an eye on that one. And 120 Ks isn't slow, certainly isn't. I wouldn't like to be facing that. And Glasso is gutted, so not good news for Glasso there at the moment. But Nemo, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us here. We'll just get you a gigantic picture of you up onto the stream. And thank you for joining us, Nemo. And thank you for taking that 7 for, because it's given me enough content to keep going on with for the rest of the season. Thank you.
Well, I got a 5 for yesterday, so I'll send you that one.
Oh, gee whiz. Can you get us the game ball for that?
Yeah.
Shit.
I'll send it over.
Oh, I tell you what, they'll be running scared over there, Nigerian Prince, because he's just taking fifers for fun, eh? Taking the piss. And look at this. Oh, 2.3. Thank you. I'm going to be excited there. I'm spitting all over everywhere. I shouldn't swear. But thanks for that. Thanks for that, Nemo. And we'll talk to you a little bit later on.
Thank you very much. You're doing a very good job. So,
Great stuff.
Cheers.
Well, you definitely are. Let me tell you, that youngster there, he's got a big future in the Black Caps. And speeding in the pit lane, Glasso says, raced a 100-minute stint. And wow, that is fantastic. That's a great effort, isn't it, Prince? Because it's more than 90 minutes, a little bit less than 101 minutes. But 100 minutes is a pretty good effort, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely solid stint there, especially, you know, given it's a 4-hour race. You definitely put your best foot forward and gave it your all over the course of that, over the course of the stint and over the course of the 4 hours that you're participating in. Definitely unfortunate to see you get a drive-through penalty at the latter stages of the race for speeding into pit lane. It's such a simple thing to do, in my opinion, here at Suzuka. It's pit entry is a bit on the fence sometimes, but yeah, glad to see you guys getting that drive-through served and back out. But yeah, very unfortunate nonetheless.
As we take a look at Heat XL, who's less than a second behind the Texas Racing team. You can see here this battle continues. Possibly, I think it definitely is the closest battle. The only battle less than a second on the circuit, unless somebody else is going to make a liar out of me. 282 followers, Prince. So since qualifying on Friday night, I think we've got 6 or 7 new followers. So a big shout out to everybody who's joined the family for KRL. And don't forget to join. V is for Voodoo. That is the Nigerian Prince alongside me in the commentary box. Very jealous of him because he's already reached his 300 followers. Is that Heat having a moment there? Prince running wide at the Degner curves.
Yeah, ran a little bit wide there. Looked like he got the left-hand side of the tyres into the gravel as well. So, you know, I've been trying to guess whether people are getting track limit warnings and drive-throughs and stuff for track limits, but I keep being wrong on that all the time. The one thing I'm not wrong about is the rain coming back with a vengeance. It's definitely not one thing I've been wrong on over the course of the race. But yeah, very unfortunate there for Heat. Thankfully though, he managed to save it. I've actually driven the McLaren into the gravel there, and I've bottomed out and I've gone all the way into the fence before I knew it. So yeah, very good to see him not make his way into the fence there.
So 1 hour and 4 minutes remaining. Where has this race gone, Prince? I do not know, because it's gone into the shadow realm or something. We'll recap if you're just joining us. 76 laps completed in this one, and boy, it's gone quick. And we haven't even lost our mind in the opening 3 hours, Chuck Norris, so miracles do happen if you pray hard enough to Jeebus.
To Jeebus.
And whilst the prince is getting himself together, we've got his bowling figures. That is Cameron Norris. Look at that, 8.2 overs. 8.2 overs, 5 wickets for 33. Look at that, no extras.
He's built different, Trev.
He's built different. Look at that. Look at those statistics. Look at them. Wowee. And you can see there, nobody else even needing to do too much there. 5 wickets. This Tim O'Connor bloke, bloody lift your game, son. And Darius keeping with 2 for 11, but that's pretty shit house compared to our man. And all the rest of them there, they're New Zealand names, Prince, and I can't really pronounce them properly. But our man taking 5 for 33, and look how good that is here, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see, turns out, this is a great track for an endurance event, says Rain of Fire. Been fantastic racing right throughout the field. And Rain of Fire saying, as a wicket keeper, my best figures are 4 for 16. And wow, they're just getting very dark here now in the land of Japan. And wow, it's going to get even darker once that rain comes. You won't even see your puffer fish on the plate in front of you, Prince, will you, if it starts raining like that again?
Yeah, definitely not. That rain was very heavy last time, and we rode on board with a couple of the drivers as they were right behind in some battles, and you could barely even see with the spray, and it was still very light. The sun was still up in amongst the clouds of the rain and all that kind of stuff, but now it's very dark, and the rain's coming. Trev, I'm scared. Take me home. That's
probably the last thing, Prince, I guess, given your fear of the dark, that you need is some sort of South American tribe there, or whatever that was meant to be. But I can tell you that Glasso said the safety car killed us, had to do an extra 30-minute stint, and then he went out on slicks in the rain. Slicks in the rain, says Rain. Not ideal, that's for sure, but let's recap. We've got an hour to go. We might have a short break here, Prince. I think, what do you reckon at the hour mark, just to get us ready we've got to sort out our own strategies in terms of refreshments and alcohol, but don't drink and drive, otherwise you're a bloody idiot. But BCG1 well and truly down the field here, Chuck. 34 seconds off. We know that that's not beyond this squad, but that is a lot of work to do in the next hour or so.
Yeah, so it's your main man, Matt Simmons, at the helm of the Audi, I believe, for the first time. I don't think I've actually seen him in the car over the course of the race so far, so yeah, definitely is, or at least I think it's his first time in the car. But yeah, that gap is quite heavy towards the guys up the front there, so they've definitely got a lot to go for them to try and, I mean, they're on the step of the podium, not too far behind though. They've got Shawnee Fuller and CFD, and this rain is creeping in, Trev. 10 minutes until the rain. The alarms are starting.
10 minutes. We've got our rain alarm here, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go, Prince. Do you know what the rain alarm is?
Oh, tell me. Is that a... Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. It's the Jackie Chan one, right? When rain is like cooked.
When you hear the rain alarm, that's when it starts raining. Believe it or not, Prince. Stating the obvious, a masterpiece of understatement. And that's Material Exo took 5 for... here we go. We got all the bowling figures coming through now. Exo, our main man, says, I took 5 for 8 in a grand final. And we got the chocolates with his leg spin, and Exo is making leg spin sexy again here, Chuck Norris, if you can understand the cricket there.
Yeah, I don't really understand the old cricket lingo too much, but if you were to...
I've got 2, hang on, wait, stop everything. I've got 2 balls here. that I want to show. I want to show one of them. I want to show. I got two balls here. Hang on. Shut up, Voodoo. Shut up. Hang on. I got two balls here. I'm going to show you one of them though. They're a bit.
Just drops one out like. What balls?
There we go.
Is this family-friendly balls?
And I got a couple.
Oh yeah, look, they're cricket balls. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, family-friendly.
And look how hot it is here. Look. Azad! What was that? And you can see there, look at that. I've got two balls just sitting next to me here, and that one I took 5 for 5 with in Country Week back in 2004. Cam's just saying, what on earth is he talking about? But that's when the schools get together and have Country Week. Oh, was in bowling. And look at that. So that is the actual ball, ladies and gentlemen, that I snared 5 for 5 with. I'll put my balls away now, but let me tell you, we've got less than an hour here. Did you think I was talking about something else, Chuck? You've got a dirty mind.
Look, my mind, I've been awake for like nearly 24 hours now, Trev. My mind has detoured quite heavily in the last like 10 minutes.
5 for 5 with that ball, just letting everybody in the comments know. And boy,
I do have a...
Ben, please do not speak about your red balls anymore, or you'll be...
Have we got that breatho down in the safety car area yet, Angeli, or have we lost it from the comms box to you?
Oh, I'm in the back seat at the moment. I don't even know who's coming first.
Well, I tell you what, it could be like, what is it, Highway Patrol, or is it RBT? You know that show, Prince? Where they drive around?
We'll pull up next to the safety car and you've just got Angeli chilling in the back going, yeah man, I'm just waiting for a mate.
Senior Constable. Oh, go ahead. Senior Constable Cameron Norris is trying to track down a drunk safety car driver, Andrelli. And, excuse me, do you mind telling us what you're doing out here this evening? Oh, I'm just driving the safety car, yeah. And you know how it goes, Prince. But look at this, Twitchy. It says Nismo Nath, I beg your pardon, and Glasso. Not sure whether I agree with this, but Glasso redeeming the commentary cam, Chuck Norris. And is that allowed inside the last hour? We're not too sure. Oh, Jesus. And something has fallen off there. That's
well,
all right.
while we're redeeming the commentary cam, I do have a question. Have we performed a welfare check on Charlie? I haven't seen him in a while. I just want to make sure he's okay.
And the commentary cam, Drinkstable, I haven't had all day, Glasso says.
I haven't had a drink all day.
And there we have it. There we have
Charlie, let's go.
Commentary cam. What's Charlie doing, I wonder? He's feeling a little bit flat at the moment. I don't want to blow him.
Maybe you need to...
You can blow him on the back of the head there. See what I mean? So should I give him?
At least it's
I'll give him a bit of mouth to mouth. And if anyone's tuning in on a Sunday afternoon thinking this is the last thing I thought I'd see, Kid Byers reviving Charlie the alien. Let me have a look.
POV of Trev blowing an alien once in a lifetime opportunity.
Hang on. Well, that's all right. He says. But Charlie there is joining us, and boy, he's a little bit. We never know quite what he's up to, but he's looking pretty well there. In fact, he's headbutting the camera there. But no, seriously. But Chuck, thank you to whoever redeemed the commentary cam. In fact, it was Glasso who redeemed the cam, and now you can see here. Let's see if he wants a drink. Should we see if he wants to... Are we allowed to do this? Are we allowed to do this sort of thing? Are we allowed to feed underage aliens alcohol on Twitch? Or has that category never come up?
Have we asked Charlie what his age is? Or is that like something that aliens aren't allowed to tell us? Or... You know, I just don't want to get my tinfoil hat out too early, Charlie.
Oh, fucking... Charlie is getting a little bit... And,
Charlie's divorced.
Charlie, what's Charlie? And there we go. So that is the commentary cam. Charlie eyeballing everybody on the stream there. But let me tell you, they'll all be driving blind once this rain hits, because there's only one thing worse than driving in the dark, Chuck Norris, and that is driving in the dark with rain, watching an alien get air blown into him whilst drinking alcohol all at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite the combo. Honestly, I am fearful for quite a few of these drivers when this rain sets in. It's going to happen in the next 2-3 minutes, I reckon. We're going to start seeing these raindrops fall, and people are all of a sudden not going to be able to see anything. It's hard enough to see in the dark as it is, Trev, and yeah, when the rain starts falling, it's going to be even harder.
So thank you, Glasso, as Charlie's waving goodbye there. We'll let him get back to what he wants to do. And you can see there that we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that webcam. And boy, this it's all happening.
Ooh.
It's all happening here, Chuck Norris. But do we have I think we have a battle as well happening somewhere here, because between what do we got? We got GC Racing and Sofa King very close on the circuit.
Yeah, sorry, Trev. Just to jump in on a different topic for a brief moment. I've just been handed a note in my side of the commentary booth with an update on the current championship standings as the positions are in the race so far. So obviously, you know, where people are placed. So currently, BCG1 are on 336 points. Obviously, this is going to be finalised at the very end, but currently this is where they stand. BCG1, 336 points. BCG2, 332. And King's Racing, 326. That's your pro standings currently. And for Pro-Am, you've got JB on 198. Team 77 on 151. And Heatstroke on 143. So it's still up for grabs for BCG2. It's going to be one of them ones between team orders as to kind of who can get it. But I think for BCG2 to tie the lead or even beat BCG1, I believe they need to put King's Racing down into P2 and retain P1. I think that might put them 1 point maybe behind. I don't know the full point standings. Andrelia, I can see him typing ever so quickly to me to update me on that. But yeah, those are your live timing standings for points. And we've got 51 minutes obviously left on the clock before we see the checkered flag, and we can reign somebody a champion, Trev.
We certainly will be. Thank you, Andrelli. And we don't thank this man enough. Championship standings at the moment in the pro class. I think you just went through it there, Chuck, but it's very, very close. And same for the Pro-Am as well. But it's getting dark, isn't it? It's almost that dark, Chuck Norris, that it's like looking under the bed late at night, and that's how dark it is, like the inside of a coffin on a moonless night. And I tell you what, it doesn't get much darker than that, does it?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't get darker if you're in a coffin. I mean, I don't know how much I would be seeing if I was in a coffin like 6 foot under, other than a bit of dirt and, you know.
As a very morbid subject there, but the rain, it's 10 minutes away. I think we're going to see a very wet end of this race, and it's already, the conditions are already tricky enough given how dark it is here in Japan. But I think they'll be leaving on a very late flight out of Japan tonight, because you can almost see those street lights that they have around Suzuka really starting to take effect now, Prince. Ooh,
yeah, I definitely have. I just got to quickly I need to ask a question to our friendly man, Rajesh, down in the pit lane. Rajesh, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Rajesh, how is the weather conditions down there at the moment? Can you just give us a quick update?
Yes, sir, the rain is coming. I feel the water droplets in the pit lane, and yes, the rain is here.
Okay, thank you, Rajesh. Trev, our friendly reporter Rajesh was very quick to report to us there. The rain is falling.
It's starting to fall. Thank you for that, Karen Chandok. Karun down there, or Rajesh, or whatever his name was. Boy, I tell you what, you order a pizza with Rajesh there alongside you. Won't be happy with a quarter of it only being butter chicken, let me tell you. But he's losing his mind. Who is the boogeyman going to get first? We did see car 11 slowing down, Glasso, of course, but I think they came into the pits with a few others. Wilco for Kings Racing continues to lead the race. I think we're just interviewing the top teams, are we, Prince? After I know there's a long way to go yet, but we might be doing that, but we'll get that confirmed. But BCG2 in the very capable hands of Norm. Naughty Norman Price. We're all losing our minds here at the moment, but Norm for BCG2, Mintmat in the pits. They're in the pits here with 48 minutes to go. Sofa, Brett Bratworth's in the pits as well. They're all coming in, 4 of them in a row.
Yeah, so everyone looks like they're coming in nice and early. I think people learnt that they don't want to really gamble dry tyres for too long when the rains come out. Obviously, track conditions were still quite slippery with the greasy conditions. So definitely, I think coming in this time for wets nice and early is definitely going to be a big one. But I got a feeling with the conditions the way they are, everyone's going to be running wet tyres to the end. I also got word a little while ago as well, Trev, that safety car, there is no more safety cars with 30 minutes remaining on the clock. So if there's going to be a safety car, it's going to be in the next 17 minutes. But for most of these drivers, they'll be coming in, doing their final stop now, or very, very soon, to at least throw on some wet boots onto the car, and then they'll be paddling their way to the checkered flag from here.
So let's recap. Kings Racing leading the pack at the moment, 84 laps into this race. Myself and the Nigerian Prince Cameron Norris are both losing our minds here at the moment, but we've got less than an hour to go. Norm and Norman Price into the pits there. So like you said, taking no chances there, Chuck Norris. And is it, we haven't seen the rain on our screen, but we're hearing from Captain Risky that it is very slippery out there at the moment. Nismo in 3rd position, first in his class, of course, here at the moment. And 46 minutes to go now. Ladies and gentlemen, final race of the season, final 46 minutes. And how have you found the season, Chuck Norris? Of course, we missed out on the opening round at Paul Ricard, but we've had some good numbers, haven't we? Not only on track, but in the streams as well throughout the course of this year.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm kind of sad to see the endurance series heading to a final here in 46 minutes. You know, it's been very up and down. There's been plenty of great moves and racing and, you know, sadness and good vibes, you know, the whole way throughout this whole series. And yeah, like you say, the numbers not only on the track but throughout the stream, it has been amazing throughout the course of this. And yeah, like I say, I mean, we're coming into the happy season and the Christmas time and stuff like that, so it's only natural for the series to start to come to a close. But I got to admit, Trev, I'm not looking forward to the downtime from this. I just want it to keep on going, but I'm looking forward to what's being planned for next year. We've got a couple of good enduros coming up, a mixture of different lengths of events that I'm looking forward to seeing what tracks they're going to be. But yeah, Trev, out of all of it, how's your experience been over the course of this enduro series? And I guess, what are you looking forward to the most for the next year's endurance series in 2024?
Well, just put me on the spot. But I can tell you now, exactly perfect timing, Glasso. Yes, I really have enjoyed this current endurance series. It's been fantastic sharing the commentary box with my good friend, Chuck Norris. But let me tell you, I cannot wait. Glasso has just summed it up perfectly. 24 hours we're going to do next year. 24 hours. We're losing our mind after 4. But if you take 4 hours away from 24, that still leaves 20 hours, Chuck Norris. We won't know what the hell we're doing.
Honestly, that would be one classic one. I feel like we would probably be coherent to say like the 12-hour mark, and then it would be a slippery slope from there, Trev.
Certainly would be. And do you hear that rain alarm coming in, Prince? Look how wet the track is getting here. We can't see the rain simply because it's so dark. Because you can hear the rain. 44 minutes to go. It is going to be a very wet finish to this one, isn't it, Prince?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a wet one to the finish here, although we can't really see the rain coming down. We definitely know it is coming through at the moment, but I do see Wilco is still in the pit lane. Has he been jumped quite a bit here? or has it just been taking a little while on the standings there, Trev?
I think the standings have updated themselves now. Mac is out back onto the track. So I think we've seen most of the top runners come in, and look how dark it is there, Prince. It's, look at that. And you can see very difficult for the drivers, not only with the darkness, it's almost pitch black here at the moment. And it's very difficult for those drivers to see, as Team Little Bear said we'd have 62,000 laps in a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring. And I've got to say, a bit silly running this dark in a 4 hours, to be honest. Captain Risky, very controversial there. A message to those running this series, not happy with the timing and the visibility here.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about this. I kind of brought the question up the other day just to double check, because I know personally on PC it is never this dark. This is like, I don't know, a console issue, I guess. When it's nighttime, it's literally pitch black. But yeah, like I say, we don't have this issue on PC at getting this dark. So yeah, I did raise the concerns, and I did hear that there was no complaints in a way. But yeah, as a team, we'll take that feedback on board, as this kind of time is a little bit too late, too dark. And yeah, it's definitely constructive feedback, and we appreciate it.
Great stuff. Thank you for the feedback, Captain Risky. We'll get on to our race leader here at the moment. Just send it, says Glasso. One could argue the flooded track earlier. Glasso saying there, it's just a freak of nature. And man, it didn't pick me up on the jacks. Cost me over 10 seconds. That is coming from Jason Wilkinson there, who's for Kings Racing, costing them 10 seconds there, Prince. That is vital, and we know that one last safety car to really set up a thrilling finale. And Nismo just putting it out there, wanting the final safety car, but well, if it's not really, we're not into the race fixing sort of thing. It's not going to be a Nelson Piquet Jr. safety car, is it, Chuck Norris, here in the last 40 minutes?
Do you reckon we could just throw one, Trev? Like a little bit of a shenanigan safety car? Like, we've got one more up our sleeves, right?
Well,
surely we can be the dictator in this scenario.
Do we have we got the power? I think we do have the power to do that, don't we? Can we? No, we don't want to. We have the big bosses, but look how wet it is. They're driving around, not in the last 30 minutes, but there's 11 minutes.
11 minutes.
There's 11 minutes, so we've got 11 minutes unless someone goes off or something happens. But there we go, a slab of hard solo and safety car can be called. So we do have 11 minutes, but it's so dark out there, Chuck Norris. It's almost like driving and being blind at the same time, which is not easy, especially when the track is now wet, as we can see on the screen.
Yeah, definitely not a fun combo, but just as we're kind of, I guess, discussing how dark it is from our perspectives that we can see on the trackside cameras, can we get a quick snippet of an onboard of somebody just to kind of get an idea and a grasp of how dark it is just in the cockpit view? Because I think that'd be interesting, and it would shape it up for the viewers on the stream as well.
And let's have a look. This is literally how dark it is. We might get rid of the stuff in the way here. We'll keep the HUD going, Prince, but look at that. That is, it's actually not quite as bad as what I thought it would be, actually, but maybe it's worse for us here on the stream, Prince. But I tell you what we might do. We've got just a tick under 40 minutes remaining. Chuck Norris, we might just go to a short break, and we might just hear this beautiful engine sound from the 572 McLaren, a little bit wide there at the spoon curve. And I think we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Prince, what do you reckon? We'll go to a short break and be back shortly.
Copy that. We'll be back in a short, brief break, everybody. But if you're out there, just before we go, if you're out there and you haven't followed, please do consider hitting that follow button. We'll greatly appreciate it, and we'd love to have you a part of the community. So, like I say, please do consider hitting that follow button. But yes, we will be Trev. Oh, English one day, right?
We will be back.
we will be back.
And thank you. Back shortly there. Sorry about that, Prince. I cut over you there, but we'll be back. Let's right on board with the lap with Cloakade. for CFD Racing. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
I find, especially in the youth that you see around these days, you know, they're just getting into more trouble, and you know, it's just not good, in my opinion.
Nah, see, the problem with towns, Alice Springs as well, is because all the parents are drunk, they... Fantastic!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 33 minutes to go in this very eventful, very dark, very wet race here at Suzuka. And a big shout out to Jim, aka The Man, who followed this channel. 283 followers. We're 17 off our goal of 300. And the great man, Aussie Racer, I think has joined us. Chuck was speaking Nigerian before there. I couldn't quite translate that quick enough, but thank you for that, Cameron, as we've joined by Aussie Racer 92, who followed us. I can tell you exactly when he followed it. Very good. You followed us 2 days ago, it says here on my activity feed. But, mate, how are you going, more importantly?
We are battling away through the back of the pack at the moment in P18, not where we wanted to be after starting P2, but that's racing, I suppose.
And let's just see how you're going. Promising signs early in the weekend, mate. Are you a little bit disappointed by how it all turned out, or are you still pretty happy nonetheless? Let's have a look here. Trash Talk Racing, I think that's who we're looking at, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah, that's us, mate. Yeah. A bit disappointed after starting P2, you know, awesome qualifying. Matchin, who's in the car now, wicked lap in the top 10 to put it on the front row of the grid. Got involved in a little bit of a scuffle in the start of the race, I suppose. Got pulled wide, turn 1, lap 1, and then was part of the reason we had the big safety car at the start of the race. So yeah, sorry for ruining any other races, I suppose. But yeah, we've just been battling back. We've had a disconnection, which put us to bits, and we've just had an absolute race from hell, to be completely honest.
Well, disappointing, mate, but your first race, of course, for TT Racing. Boy, you really did burst onto the scene, of course, Friday evening with qualifying. Fantastic performance to get that car into the top 10 shootout, mate. Looking at coming back next season in 2024 for the Endurance Series, or it's too early to... as your man having a little bit of a moment there coming through turns 1 and 2, but any thoughts on next season so far?
Yeah, it looks good for next year for us. I was on the borderline of leaving PS5 land and going to PC land, but found the KRL team and the Oz New Zealand Enduro team, and yeah, it might have me around for PS5 for a little bit longer, I think.
Great stuff, and it's always good to take one of them off of Chuck Norris, who, just for a bit of background, Aussie Racer, of course, the man alongside me, all over the ACC stuff on PC. My goodness, these conditions. Sorry if I sound a bit distracted, but these conditions still catching out the drivers with half an hour to go. But no, good. We've managed to steal one off PC, mate. Hopefully you can stay on the PS5, or you can sort of go between the... Oh, and off at the hairpin, and off the track is...
Super VT.
Oh, and there goes Super VT.
And that is 4th position.
And that is actually 4th position, and boy, it sounds like there's an echo in the room. Sorry to keep repeating you there, Aussie Racer, but boy, that is absolutely terrible luck with less than half an hour to go. And yeah, like you said, Super VT jumping a position there live in real time as we speak. But mate, thank you for joining us here, and I know it's pretty hectic. These conditions are probably, or definitely, the most difficult we've seen all season, mate, but thank you for joining us and being kind enough to have a chat with us here this afternoon.
No, too easy, guys. Thanks for having me in the booth. I'll get back to being the man on the radio for my driver, because he's not having a good one at the moment. So
no,
I'll let you guys get back to the commentating, and I'll talk to you at the end of the race, mate.
Great. So what a nice chap he is there, Chuck Norris. He's the sort of guy you want to bring home for lunch and have a chat with him, and really not sure where I was going with that, but Super VT has made that move, and Machin has just gone behind there. Urban Ghost ahead of them. I don't think that's I think that's not on the same lap there, but the safety car, well, what safety car? There can't be any more safety cars that can be called green flags to the end. And that doesn't matter what happens, Nigerian Prince. We've got green flag racing, so Andrelli can go back to his hard solo there for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I got word while we were on a break. He's got one more hard solo left, and then he's on to the whiskey. So I just wanted to make sure that no more safety cars needed to be called, just because I think he was on the brink of blowing over on the Breatho. But I do want to stress with TT Racing as well. They had a killer qualifying on Friday night, and they came into the series. It was their first round, and they threw themselves onto P2 during the top 10 shootout, and it was a stellar performance, I've got to add in, Trev. And unfortunately, like endurance racing goes, this one just hasn't been the run that they needed and deserved in a big sense of things. So I do hope they can come back real strong next year, because I do feel like these guys are going to be a team to be marveling the front runners that we tend to have gotten to know over the course of the series.
Well, I tell you what, a few of our viewers, including Rain of Fire, is a little bit worried that he reckons that were you going to take Aaron home to your parents, Trev? And our viewers very worried by that fact that looking to take some of these drivers home to meet the parents. But let me tell you, that's just how nice they are, and that is just how nice the sim racing community is. And Rain of Fire as well, also someone that we want to have a beer with. But Disco Stu explaining to us that CFD up to third. These boys doing very well here at the moment. 26 minutes remaining, Chuck.
Yeah, these guys have managed to sneak their way in. I believe they were running P4 for a little while. They were not too far away from the battle to get themselves into P3, and they've stepped themselves onto the podium. So Matt not really having the best run here, whether it be the rain or the darkness or something like that's just not really working for him. I think he's dropped another position there down to P5, and Sofa in JB has made their way up into P4. So yeah, it's unfortunate to see sometimes the rain curveball is too much of a spanner in the works, so to speak, especially a track like Suzuka. When you want to run quite a lot of the curbs, you just can't do it. So yeah, it's been an interesting one, Trev. We've got the final 26 minutes creeping in, and the top three, it's been shaken up quite a bit.
It certainly has shaken up, as a bird has just fallen off the spouting there outside my commentary box window, and not that I was being distracted at all, but look at this. We'll get back to, there's a couple of other things I wanted to keep an eye on, but 25 minutes to go in this race. That bird has made its way back to its nest. It's limping a little bit, but it's alive and well, and that is a fantastic lead in, Chuck Norris. To Beaky's message here on the stream, OMG, a massive congratulations and well done to Wilco, Trev, Andrelli and Cam for another amazing season / year for KRL. He says, I'm sure all the boys would love to thank you all and everyone behind the scenes for making this another brilliant year. You guys rock, and we couldn't do it without you. Thank you all. Merry Christmas, a safe and happy new year. And I'm getting a little bit emotional here, Chuck. Can you please take the microphone?
I agree with the testament there, and I do have to add in, at the end of the day, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, Trev, if it wasn't for the drivers that are more than willing to send themselves for multiple hours on end and dedicate weekends, although we run these monthly, of course, on top of that we run KRL Wednesday, Thursday nights as well. We wouldn't be able to do it without the drivers wanting to take part and share their passion of sim racing with us. And Trev, we've got to admit, we love sim racing just as much, and sitting in the commentary box for 4 hours, it's great when you've got a great bunch of lads to keep yourselves going throughout. So the sentiment goes straight back to all the drivers and the viewers alike involved over the course of not only this endurance series, the weekly series, and all the streams that we've had over the course of the year. So yeah, just a sentiment from me, and Trev, I'm sure you would say the same thing. And Trev, you're Trev, Wilco and Andrelli and all the other stewards and stuff involved, we want to just quickly jump in and wish you guys all a Merry Christmas and a safe and Happy New Year as well.
Yes, safe and Happy New Year, and echoing those sentiments from the Nigerian Prince, Beaky, big hugs for you. OMG, thank you for that. No, in all seriousness, we hope you all have a safe and happy new year across the Christmas and festive season. We you picked up 300 followers this year, Chuck, and I've got 283. I think I started the year on 16 or something, so that's how far we've come. So it really shows you the support out there for the viewers and everyone alike. We know Wilco Andrelli, of course, for all the graphics and everything you see throughout the course of these streams. Shout out to Andrelli on the hard solos. He drives that safety car, but look at this battle for position here. 22 minutes to go here, a little bit over in fact, and BCG1 and GC Racing are fighting it out for position here, Chuck Norris. We're not done with yet, are we?
Yeah, we're definitely not done with yet here, and you know, it's unfortunate to see Mint Matt struggling quite a bit here in the later stages of the race. You know, like I say, whether it's the wet conditions or, you know, the darkness on the track that some of the drivers are experiencing. It's one of those ones we're not really used to seeing a driver like Mint Matt struggle a little bit here. But I got to admit, though, it might not be good for him and he might not be enjoying it right now. But it's great for us because this is inducing a battle in the closing 20 minutes, Trevor. I love to see it. I love to see it.
And you can see there, we love to see it. 22 minutes remaining. We've been on air now. We had our technical issues right at the top of the show, but they're long gone now. Oh, Jesus, I don't want to put any curse on that. Oh, Brett first has, Brett Want, I beg your pardon, has made a slight mistake, and that's going to ease the pressure for Mint Matt, albeit slightly. But you can see there, we do love our sim racing, like you mentioned, Chuck Norris. We'll drive anything with 4 wheels, anything with 2 wheels, even some things without wheels, Chuck. We'll drive a banana around the Nordschleife because that's how much we love our racing. And you can see there, ooh, yellow flag at just after 130R there. Car number, no, it's not number 18. I think somebody's off just after the 130R there, Prince. We're going to try and see who that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a...
And... no. Oh, Hammer, I think. Is it Hammer?
Yeah, that would... yeah, I was looking at... looked like a 7, so... yeah, 7-8. Hammer made a brief mistake there, a costly mistake somewhat, in 130R, which... you know, we said at the top of the show when a couple of mistakes in the safety car and stuff got called from a 130R incident that, you know, it's a corner that's treacherous at the best of times and unfortunately catches a lot of people out.
And I think we're hearing from Mick. You're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey, it was Matchin, I think we're hearing. So car number 11 there, the McLaren. We had Aussie racer Aaron into the commentary box a little bit earlier on. And so it's just going from bad to worse there for them, unfortunately, Chuck, with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely not the best run for these guys. And, you know, we got to hear from one of the drivers on the team a little while ago. And, you know, like they said, they qualified P2 on Friday. And unfortunately, it's just not been their race. You know, the what could have been just hasn't been. So, yeah, hopefully they come back stronger next year. But as we're talking about coming back stronger next year, not necessarily I want them to... you know, I want him to come back strong towards the end of this race. Trev, I bring you another interview. I've got you Nismo Nate.
Oh, the boss has joined us. Everybody make sure you're sitting up straight because the boss is with us. And we've got Sparky waiting there too. But Nismo and Nate, we've got a couple of them in there, Sparky as well. We'll get to Nismo first, the boss of Hooncorp, of course. Mate, can you hear us?
Hey boys, how are you?
Absolutely well. We're much better now you're here, mate, I can tell you. And congratulations, first of all. How good was the commentary last night when you jumped in for GT7? But, mate, how are your boys doing? Are you happy with the outcome of the 4 hours here of Suzuka, mate? What are your thoughts on the race for your squad this afternoon?
Oh, mate, look, I don't think we can... it's obviously a bit disappointing for Twitchy and Lewis. They've had a bit of a rough, been dealt a few hard cards. But, you know, that's just motorsport. Obviously they have the highs and the lows, and this is unfortunately one of the lows for them. Yeah, the Lamborghini, though, actually going pretty bloody well at the moment. We're on par for a class podium at the moment, which is quite beyond our expectations going into this one. There is a bit of a question mark, though, over our tyre pressures. If the rain leaves us a bit too early, we might be struggling a bit for the tyre pressures and grip and all that. So a bit of a question mark there. But at the moment, she's pending tragedy. I think it's pretty safe, but we'll see.
Good stuff, mate. And let's just recap. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, but Hooncorp 1, Twitchy there, continues to soldier on there. Hooncorp 1. And, mate, big shout out to you. Thank you for taking the total. A bit nervous there, Prince, the boss just jumping in there. The head Hoon, of course, from Hooncorp. As we see Twitchy, no, just making some moves on a lap car there. But thank you for that, Nathan. Nathan Howe there joining us, the man himself, Nismo Nath, mate. Thanks for taking the time out to join us here this afternoon.
Cheers, boys. Going to be a ripper finish.
Great one. The great man there, Nathan Howe, the boss, joining us there of Hooncorp, the head Hoon, as we like to call him. And Sparky's with... I forgot about Sparky. Sorry, Sparky. There we go. We've got Sparky in the chat with us as well. Mate, have you got us there?
Yeah, hey guys. How are you?
Mate, I tell you what, you've just leaped from our chats and our DMs into the commentary box like that. Talk us through your race and how your boys have been travelling so far in the last 4 hours.
So it's just Metal and myself. So we just had a little bit of trouble at the start. So got a bit of damage, went to the back and just fought to get back up front again. So the rain absolutely killed everybody by the looks of it, but the setup on the car was just like lightning through the water. So I just drove the wheels off of it. But yeah, it was really wet out there. Pretty much you need your rubber ducky.
Rubber ducky, and you can certainly, definitely a pair of floaties and some boogie boards and stuff. But mate, how are the expectations coming in this afternoon? What were you expecting in the way of results here in Suzuka?
Pretty much just where we are now is where we expected. Without the incidents that happened earlier, we should have been a little bit further up, but with the safety car helping us unlap ourselves, yeah, we're happy where we are.
Great stuff, and you can't ask for more than that, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. How have you found the season overall, mate? Have you enjoyed it? I know it's only 6 rounds. I think we kicked off in April and we're finishing up just before Christmas, mate. But has it been enjoyable for yourself personally, racing in this endurance series?
Yeah, Metal and I have been in this series running the car whenever we could. We haven't done every race, but yeah, we really enjoyed it. It's really, really great.
Great stuff, mate. Fantastic. Thanks for taking the time out. I know all you guys are very busy, of course, with plenty on your plate here this afternoon in these endurance races, mate. But it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you next time around.
Thank you, guys.
How good is that? And, well, I can't take everybody back home to meet the parents, Prince, but there's a few that I'd like to take home with me. And that's getting weird, if not ridiculous, but vote for your team of the day, Chuck. Can we get some sort of CFD P16 to P3 here as Twitchy looking to make a move as well on Kilroy? And 4 Ferraris there in a row, and Nemo and Norm, they're getting all the votes here at the moment for a podium finish. Can we get a vote up here, Prince, maybe? Or then again, I guess it's hard to have every possible option. Was that a car off? Did I?
Yeah, I think there was a car off in the background, but I did promise in the PS5 chat earlier on the Discord, Trev. We've got Glasso in here as well. I told him to come back in a little bit, a little while ago actually, just because we were a bit stacked in the comms box here. But I have brought Glasso in, if you would like to have a bit of an interview with him, and I'll throw a bit of a poll up for Team of the Day.
Well, you throw your poll up, and let me tell you, I'm going to talk to this man, Glasso. What a rude, ignorant man I would have been if I've ignored this great man. Glasso, have you got us there?
Hey boys, what's happening?
Mate, you tell us what's happening with you, because you just always a regular in the chat, mate. You actually keep us up to date with what's happening, actually. I know that we should be keeping an eye on things. But, mate, talk us through how the race has been and how you've found the series overall.
Oh, motorsport is a cruel game sometimes. Mickey did well qualifying. I think we started P14. He had the perfect conditions, of course. And then did his 70-minute stint, handed it to me with that treacherous rain. And then it just went from bad to worse for us, I think. I think we'll P6 one point. That safety car, which I think got kind of caused, hit a puddle coming into turn one. And it spun. And then I don't know what happened from there. And then the extra last mile safety car brought cars that were way out of our racing back into it. And then got 2 penalties. I ended up doing a double stint. And then, so bit of a tough day, but motorsport sometimes, I guess.
Well, like you said, mate, it can be cruel, it can be kind, but it can be very cruel and take things away from you very, very quickly, mate. But might not have worked out today, mate, but hang in there. And what are your thoughts? Are you coming back potentially for next season, Season 2 of the Endurance Series next year?
Yeah, 100% we are, man. Me, Mickey and Drew, we're all keen to continue on. We've learnt quite a lot this series. We've always had the car to be up in the top 10, or not on the top 10, but it's a few consistency errors and just silly little mistakes like pit lane penalties when we shouldn't get them and stuff like that. But no, we'll definitely be back next year. Maybe the Ferrari, don't know. See how that goes, but no, 100% we'll be back.
Great stuff, mate. Thank you for joining us. I know things get a little bit hectic during these race weekends and these endurance races, but always a pleasure, mate. We love having you along. We love chatting to you as well during the streams, mate. All the very best for the end of this one, and we'll catch you next time around. Thank you.
All good, boys. Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff there, Glasso, the great man Glasso. You would have seen him in the chat and out there on the track. And we've got the voting currently up here at the moment. We've got the Get Your Votes In for the team of the day, CFD BCG2. I'm forgetting how to speak English after being on air for 4 and a bit hours. Kings Racing, JB, or CG Racing. And all of these comments, get your votes coming in. Big thank you to the Nigerian Prince. Morning, lads, and morning to you, Ricardo, over there in Holland there. And I reckon Keaton was just holding BCG2 back. Very controversial there from Simon Bishop. And team of the day, Loose Cannon, says Rain of Fire, simply because it's easy to be 12 laps down and just pack it in and not finish. But they're still circulating, getting those laps in. The comments are coming in. Aussie Racer, cheers, Nick. He says, missed you out there today. Aussie Racer 92, of course. Aaron, the man I wanted to take home to meet the parents. That's how nice he sounded in the commentary box. But boy, oh boy, Chuck Norris, let me tell you, I am totally losing my mind. But we've got to hang in there now because we've got 36 people watching and 10 minutes to go in the race.
Yeah, we've got 36 beautiful viewers in the chat watching eagerly as we creep to the checkered flag here. And there's a couple of good battles going on at the moment, Trev. I've got a feeling these are obviously going to get closer as this final 10 minutes unfolds. But I got to admit, I put a couple of tough choices into the team of the day poll, but like I say, if I didn't put the team that you wanted to vote for into the poll, please don't be afraid to throw the nomination into the chat. I could only add 5 onto the poll, so yeah, please do be sure to cast in your vote. We'd actually love to hear who you would nominate.
Well, let's wait and see. Get your votes in, Ricardo. How did your 6 hours go earlier, says the Nigerian Prince. Unfortunately, he missed most of it. The Prince, of course. We got P2 in the end. Great result for Ricardo there as we look at Fly Sky, who's about a second behind. Bits are missing for Team 77. And surely I got overtake of the day on Nemo in the wet. Then Norm, great battling for BCG2. And 4 on for their first win of the season and the championship, which, of course, we've neglected to mention the championship as well, Chuck Norris, as the yellow flag is cleared there in Sector 1, I think, or Sector 3, I beg your pardon, because the championship for BCG1 in the Pro class, it's looking like BCG2 might get the championship here as well in the Pro class.
Yeah, so we got an update from Andrelli with, I believe it was just over an hour or so remaining, wasn't it, Trev, off a vague memory here. There was only going to be, provisionally, there was 4 points difference at the time between BCG1 and BCG2 taking out the overall championship here. So BCG1 look like they're a little bit out of the mix here now, so it looks like BCG2, providing they can keep it on the black stuff and pointing in the right direction here, Nemo might be driving them to victory lane, not only for a win, but also driving them to victory lane for the championship as well, for the pro team. So very exciting stuff to be crowning our first champions here, Trev, for the PS5 New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series, if I could
Well, I was about to say, sorry, that was
I'm sorry.
that's all right. That was an IKEA sentence. We had the bits, but we needed to put them down. I don't blame you either, Chuck, because we've had a seriously bad afternoon, and all made all the worse by the fact that I've just been a real prick to my co-commentator there by saying that. But I can tell you, I was just thinking that, actually, Simon Bishop has said, is Kings Racing going to be second overall now? Of course, they will be, won't they? They'd be second, won't they?
Yeah, there was I don't know, I think that's like an 8-point difference, I believe, between them and BCG2.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be close.
Oh my goodness, Kings Racing have disconnected. No.
Yeah. Psydog's cursed them, let's blame him.
Oh my goodness.
It's all his fault.
Oh my goodness, is there any sort of are there any sort of rules around disconnecting in the last? Surely, could they do 75%? No, that's not going to work, is it? They're gone. Oh my goodness.
So there was a rule stipulated early on, because I made the comments during one of the rounds. I think it might have been Silverstone, actually. I made the comments about a car that was in a certain position and they DC'd, and it put them all the way to the very back behind the cars and all that kind of stuff. And there was rules stipulated from the start that if you DC and you rejoin, sadly you do lose that position. We would have had to have corrected that for everybody that had that similar situation and stuff like that throughout. So sadly, it looks like the Kings Racing are not going to be taking out P2 of the championship. So yeah, I think we'll have to wait for the overall results from Andrelli at the very, very end, when they get uploaded into the Discord, to see who or whether they still hold the final podium step onto the overall championship. But yeah, that's a spanner in the works in the final 10 minutes, Trev. That's something I wasn't expecting.
No, and I don't think those birds outside your house in Adelaide were expecting it either, because Shawnee Fuller, oh no. Well, we're getting a lot of oh no's here, Prince. They have gone, that's right, disconnected. Aussie Racer saying they had a disconnection earlier and are back in it. Oh, this battle, look at this. And 5 minutes to go, these two, PRT and BCG1, still going at it. Gutted for Kings Racing. Absolute heartbreak. They drove a great race, though. Sorry, it just doesn't seem right, does it, Prince? To race for that long and in these conditions and not get anything out of it. Unbelievable. And wow, we talked a little bit earlier on to I think it was Glasso, wasn't it, Prince, about how unforgiving sim racing can be. And wow, I just can't help but feel. I can't. We've got him in the commentary box. What can you do but laugh, Wilco? That is wow. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, Max said all day like he's had a storm. And he's like, my internet's been... Just before he's about to jump in for that last 45 minutes, he goes, my ping's gone through the roof. We're like, well, you have to do the stint because it's not going to work. And then, yeah, it was fine, and he was cruising, and then he goes through the last corner, and then we just hear the dreadful... as the engine noise just stays at one thing, and he just flies through the atmosphere, and I'm like, we're both like, no, and he's like... Was that me? Everyone said, mate, that was you. And then he just disconnected from the party. So, yeah, Spielman. We got lucky in round one, though, because we had to change the stint. It meant I was meant to do the last half hour in round one, and then I accidentally double stinted in the first stint, but it meant that I wasn't in the car for the last half an hour. As Mac drove out of the pits, my power went out. We ended up winning that race,
So I think we sort of they've caught up to us, and we're disconnected in P2 with 9 minutes to go. Spewing.
Well, the universe has a funny way of evening things out, but there we have it. We're just that is so bad, isn't it? 100 laps around Suzuka, and you don't get anything.
What did you do on your Sunday, Jason? Oh, I just wasted fucking 3 hours and 52 minutes.
Well, and we've got a tie for the team of the day. I would have thought there would have been a sympathy vote for Kings there.
Surely it was going to be sympathy, yeah.
You get a laugh with it.
No,
I got fastest lap too.
And Beaky. Oh, jeez, Beaky.
Look at you go.
Now's not the time. Now's not the time. But, the conspiracy theorists are out. Glasso, he's off to space. A conspiracy nonetheless, he says. But there we go. Simon, and boy, just to rub it in.
I got fastest lap too.
Good night. This is a battle for P5, isn't it?
P5, and I think we've got another battle. I know Bits are missing, has dropped back a little bit from Fly Sky. But, well, if you're just joining us, Kings Racing.
Oh, God!
Oh, goodness! Thank you for that, Lewis. And,
is that a podium, boys? Is that a podium? That's a podium.
It's best not to fight these sound effects. I think I just let them go.
Just let it happen, like disconnecting from a race with 9 minutes to go. Just let it happen.
And
Can't do much about it.
You even set up a wet race. We'll go.
That's what sort of stuffed us actually, because after my 2 stints, I only had 42 minutes left in my timer. So the plan was when Binger was in, he was going to give the car to Mac, and then Mac would do 50 minutes sprint, and then I would do the last half hour or so. But because it rained, and it was in that awkward time, it would have been back to slicks with about 50 minutes to go, and I only had 42 minutes on my timer. So it meant that we ended up, I did that stint in the, that last half hour stint before the rain, that last rain shower, and it's come back and bit us on the ass.
Certainly has, and unfortunately that's what racing can do, sim racing. It's a cruel game. Very lucky there. I think Shorty Fuller saying his internet's just dropped out, and you can see there thankfully his teammates driving. So there's a lot of storm activity around, not just in New Zealand, but on the east coast of Australia here, and of course that's...
Bloody Adelaide. Nothing good comes out of Adelaide.
Nothing.
Sorry,
yeah, I know. I mean, nothing good comes out of Adelaide except for me. But maybe that's what the birds were doing. I mean, birds aren't real, right? They're just spying things for the government. Maybe they were wait, birds, did you have a conspiracy to set thunder off or something and cut people's power? Yeah, see, you're not chirping now, are you? You cheeky people. Yeah.
Yes.
Hear that? They're not fucking going now, are they? Wait, no, they're chirping down. They conspired to to cut the power on you. Okay, blame the birds.
We might get P3 in the championship though, because I think we're fighting FTSC 1. Oh no, we're probably not going to do that. Oh, Jesus.
And there we have it. Beaky getting amongst the chat along with Mickey. You're so fine.
Across the line.
As thank you, we're right across it there. And you can see through the final chicane, out onto the start-finish straight. It's going to be a win for BCG2 here at Suzuka. You can see, and this squad are getting their first win of the season and the championship as well to boot. Norm Keaton, who's Keaton, and Nemo winning this race. They come across the line to take victory here at Suzuka. Well done to Nemo there behind the wheel of that car. And boy, we had a chat with him a little bit earlier on. He's very happy, and he'll be happy. He took a 5 for yesterday, a 7 for last week, and now he's doing very nicely. There's actually other people racing in this race, Kit Byers, so we'll get back to that. But Clocate for CFD approaching the finish line in what can only be described as treacherous conditions here. And Norm saying, Yahoo! And very, very, very happy. That team, Norm and Nemo. And Team Little Bear saying, great drive and well done there. Adelaide, proof Tasmanians can swim, says Rain of Fire. Wow. Not much love for Adelaide in there, but here we come. Amazing effort, says Beaky. The chat is coming in. Clocaid across the line to finish in P2. Sofa King wins in the other class. And let me tell you that the championship was also up for grabs, was it? Oh, no, it wasn't, actually. I think they've got that championship there, JB. And the team getting the championship there. There was another close battle, wasn't there, as well? A little bit further down the field. Is this battle? Metal Steel? I think he might have got the jump on Mint Matt. And Mammoth Drive from CFD. Great stuff there, the champagne music, the F1 champagne podium music as Brett Want comes across the line to finish the race. Metal Steel as well. Mint Matt, he struggled, hasn't he, Prince, but he comes across the line. And to finish this one, Hooncorp 3 for Smitty. We spoke to the boss, of course, Nismo Nath a little bit earlier on, but he comes across the line and finishes this race as well. And I think that's everybody who has come home across the line. Yes, it is. So we'll just go back to the garage and check those final results on your screen, Chuck Norris. After 4 hours, everybody had disconnection issues here this afternoon, but we've managed to come to the end of it once again.
Yeah, it's honestly been another fantastic drive. I couldn't have put together, or I didn't put together, but like putting together the best weather combination of a bit of dry into some torrential rain, you might add, and it dries up for a brief period and then it decides to rain again. I honestly couldn't have imagined a better finale than that, Trev.
No, never a truer word spoken from our man, the Nigerian Prince. But there are the final results on your screen. You can see there in the AM class. No, that's the safety car and Kid Byers there. But there we have it. We'll go through the pro class here at the moment. Champions BCG2 with Nemo and Norm. No Keaton in there today. Clocaid in second as well. JB winning the Pro-Am class and winning the championship as well. Then it was GC Racing, and going into their times, I beg your pardon, I'll just go back once again, I've stuffed that up, and you can see Metal Steel there in 5th position on the track, 3rd in their respective classes there. Mint Matty was struggling a little bit there for grip at the end in those tricky conditions, and the rest of them on your screen. We're going to wait for some drivers to come in and join us post-race, Chuck Norris, which if I can just get that voice chat up there in the commentary booth. I think we've got a few with us here, including Sofa King, who's joined us. We might get you to kick things off, Nigerian Prince, and have a chat with our winner in the Pro-Am class this afternoon.
Alrighty, let's kick this off. We got Sofa King and Yickety from JB, the lads who managed to take out P3, the final step onto the podium, as well as taking out the Pro-Am win here today. I do also want to take and jump the gun. I believe you guys also won the championship for Pro-Am as well, so congratulations to you both, and obviously to any other drivers that have participated in that team over the course of the season, if I've forgotten anybody. But Sofa King or Yickety, can I just confirm I've got one of you here?
Yeah, mate, I'm here.
All right, copy. We got Yickety on the line. Yickety, tell us a little bit about the championship and leading into this final round of the series, the challenging conditions with it being dry into the wet into the dry and back and forth. Tell us a little bit about your race and what it entailed.
Oh, look, we knew what we needed to do coming into today, but did not expect that race to finish where we were. Oh, can't believe it. Did not expect that.
Yeah, man, massive congratulations on not only taking out the final step on the podium for the final race of the season, not only for winning the final race of the season in Pro-Am, but also for taking out the championship for Pro-Am as well. So congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
All right, Sofa, I'm not going to leave you out of this one, buddy. Likewise, the sentiments that I've obviously just said to Yickety, same goes to you, buddy. Tell us quickly about your race and how you felt the championship was as well.
Well, the race was awesome. I think we got caught up in that incident on lap 3 or 4, whenever it was. Yick was trying to talk me through to not get hit, and we got hit, pitted. Had to change our strategy. Got hit again. Got hit with a 30-second stop go in the pits for speeding in pit lane, but we've checked the replay. There was 50 k's the whole way. But the race, that was awesome. That was an awesome race for our first championship in our first year ever having a go at sim racing. It was quite fun. And to you and all the other boys that organised this and commentate and all that, absolutely awesome job. Thank you very much, because we've had a ball racing this year.
Oh, we appreciate those kind comments, and we look forward to you guys defending your championship hopefully next season in 2024. We look forward to seeing what that'll bring for you guys.
Oh, we ain't going anywhere.
That's the way. Congratulations again, lads. I will pass this over to Trev if you would like to take away the pro winners.
Certainly would. Wow, that's there are no silly questions, but of course, the man I'm looking to talk to is in the chat. He was with us a little bit earlier on, but he's back again. Nemo, and boy, plenty of love in the chat for that victory. But Nemo, mate, BCG2 taking the win this afternoon and the championship as well. Perfect way to end the season.
Oh, mate, yeah, it's pretty cool to see all the hard work that we put into it get rewarded, and yeah, I mean, it was a team effort, so yeah, happy.
And mate, I've got to ask you there before I let you go and have a well-earned rest and crack open a cold one. In terms of sporting achievements, where does this compare, mate? When you look at the 7 for 28, the 5 for 33 that you took yesterday afternoon over there, where does this compare, mate, in the scheme of things in terms of personal sporting achievements for you?
Oh, like, this is up there. It really is. You know, you put just as much hard work into it. And yeah, it's pretty cool to see the results coming in. So, no, this is definitely up there with the achievements that I've had. So, yeah, happy.
And getting a few comments coming in. Sidorg just wanted me to ask you, mate, how's life? It's pretty good at the moment, I'm assuming.
Yeah, mate, life's good as, man. It's yeah, real cool. Off to Wellington next weekend to compete in the New Zealand Esports Gran Turismo finals. So, yeah, life's good, mate.
Great stuff, mate. Perfectly summed up. Congratulations on the win for your team. BCG2 getting the win and getting the championship as well. There he is on his screen, a man of many talents. Look at that. He's just taken 7 for there and also heading off to the GT7 finals as well. And we'll move along to Norm. Norman Price, have you got us there?
Yeah, mate. I'm here.
Mate, it was a team effort here this afternoon, mate, for BCG2. Give us a bit of a first-hand account of your race in, well, definitely one of the more difficult races we've seen in the Endurance Series this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm gutted that we couldn't share this one with Keaton. I guess he's done his bit to start off with the pole, but obviously he couldn't be here tonight. So, you know, thanks to him for the season as well. It's been incredible.
And yes, so looking ahead, obviously BCG2 plenty to play out over the off season, but we're expecting yourself, mate, to be back next year to do it all over again, I'm assuming.
Oh, absolutely, wouldn't miss it.
Great stuff, mate. So, well, congratulations, team effort there this afternoon or this evening for you guys. But BCG2, mate, part of a winning team, winning the championship. Couldn't ask for much more than that. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Awesome. Cheers, lads.
Great stuff there. And I think, are we speaking? Who else are we speaking to now? Prince, have we got?
I do
Sean
know.
Fuller, P2.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Let's do that. Shawnee, have you got us there, mate?
Yeah, loud and clear, guys. How are you?
Well, we are going well. How's your internet connection, mate? More importantly, very lucky there. We've seen cars disconnect and all the rest of it, everything else throughout the course of the 4 hours, mate. Talk us through your race and how you went this afternoon.
Look, well, congratulations to the championship winners, the race winner, and Pro-Am and everyone. Obviously, you guys naturally. I said it in the chat earlier on today. Like it feels like a huge effort for the year when you think back to those opening races and to see how far we've come. Like, without you guys, I know it's been said a lot. I just think it's we love this, and I know you guys do too. But race wise, it was unbelievable. Easily the hardest race me and Cloakade have raced. Unfortunately, Stu couldn't make it. But he's been part of the championship. But today was one of those races where, we went back, we went forward, we went back, and then obviously some other guys. Obviously, the guys lost connection, and we Mint Matt. At one point, I was catching Mint Matt, and I was like, I'm not sure what's happening here. I think he had some damage as well. So and then he pulled away from me. So he's literally had everything. The strategy calls were intense. It was just a roller coaster of the last 4 hours. I don't really know. And I literally just popped to the bottle shop to buy a hard solo because I felt like it felt like the right thing to do as a celebratory drink.
Great stuff, mate. Congratulations. Awesome job there. And it's been an incredible season, mate. Congratulations. And we'll see you next time around next season. Thank you.
Absolutely. Cheers, guys.
Great stuff. I think if we got, I think we had Metal Steel there. I think, are they P3?
Yeah, Metal Steel and Sparky.
With Sparky. We might start off with Metal Steel, purely and simply because of his profile picture here on Discord is looking absolutely fantastic there. And yes, don't forget that Collingwood did win a record equaling 16th premiership in season 2023, and we're only going to get better, mate. No, seriously, moving on. Talk us through Metal Steel. Talk us through your race, mate. P3 in your class this afternoon.
It was a great start to the race, and then we had an off. I got tagged in the chicane, so I went from 5th to dead last, and from there we just battled all the way through, all the way through. And Sparky did a great job there. Bloody hard work in that rain, I tell you.
Great work, mate. And next season you'll be. Yep. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, it's all right. And then we got it back to 5th, so that was a great drive of the day.
Great stuff, mate. Well, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you. Oh, hello. No, we'll see you next season, mate. Congratulations, and all the best for the Christmas and holiday period.
Same to all you guys. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Yes, Metal Steel back to back. I reckon he reckons for the Pies next year. But anyway, moving along, and Sparky is with us as well. Sparky, have you got us there? We are going very well, mate. We are almost going to lose the plot here, though. We've been talking for that long. But Brett Want 7 is now following the channel. 284. We are getting close to that 300 mark. But, mate, talk us through that race. P3 for you guys. PRT racing in the end in the Ferrari. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, well, at the end, because of the rain coming through, we had to quickly change strategy. But Metal drove it to the end. He drove the wheels off of it, literally. And he drove. Yeah, I couldn't have done that, to be honest. Even catching up to the boys and trying to get around them, he did fantastic job. So I'd like to thank everybody involved too.
Fantastic stuff, mate. And we've heard from about your own race personally, mate. Are you going to be back next season to do it all over again?
Yeah, 100%. I'll be back.
Great stuff, mate. Great to hear, and congratulations. P3 in the end for you guys, and all the best. Have a safe and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, mate. We'll catch you next time around.
You guys too. Thank you.
Great stuff, Sparky there. And who else have we got to chat with? Who else have we got in here? Let's have a look. We've spoken to Sparky, Shawnee Fuller. Have we had a chat with Yickety there,
Nismo
Prince?
and Smitty.
No?
Yeah, we had Nismo and Smitty were up too.
Yep, Smitty and Nismo and Smitty, mate. Nismo, you got us there?
Yeah, mate.
And great stuff, mate. We had a chat with you a little bit earlier on, mate. Thanks for taking the time out once again. Talk us through the race, not only for yourself, but for your Hoon Corp Hoons, mate. You happy with that result in the end, or were you expecting a little bit more?
Oh, mate, can't be angry with that. All 3 Hooncorp cars in the top 10. That's always a good day. Normally selling the championship, icing cake. I mean, how good, right? Just such a masterstroke, that race. The safety cars really actually helped us. Really bunched things up, and just the way that was all run was just flawless. I don't think that could have been played any better. And then, yeah, from there it was just, I mean, Smitty did a ripper job in some very, very greasy and just constantly changing conditions. I mean, it was 1 minute it was dry, then it was a bit damp, then it was, I don't think he had any 2 laps the same as far as track conditions, but nah, just absolutely like phenomenal effort from him. And nah, I can't be happier at the moment. It's pretty good.
Great stuff, mate. And looking ahead, mate, like you said, you're happy with the performance of your guys this afternoon. Looking ahead to next season, mate, what are your thoughts? Will you be back to do it all over again? I'm sure you will be, but how are you looking for next year?
Yeah, we will be. We will be. We were just before the race, we were actually having a bit of a mull about what sort of track are we going to test some new cars, because we've tried the Aston, we've tried the Lambo. Now we got to really decide on a car that we want to stick with for the season, and where are we going to do that sort of testing? So now we're definitely going to put in the hours and have a real solid crack. These cameo appearances we've been doing have been just absolutely phenomenal. They've really lit a fire for us to do well next season.
Yeah, great stuff, mate. And yeah, plenty happening, of course, in the Hoon Court world. We'll keep an eye on the social media channels, mate. But thank you for joining us. And sorry, just got some audio there in my ear, mate. Thanks very much for joining us post race and also during the race as well, mate. Congratulations on the result tonight for your crew.
Thanks, mate. Absolutely stoked.
Great stuff. The boss there, the head Hoon, of course, joining us. Fantastic stuff. Who else have we got? Smitty, mate, have you got us there?
There you go.
Fantastic, mate. Give us a brief summary. I know it's hard to do in a couple of minutes considering the conditions and everything else, but talk us through your race tonight, mate, and how you saw things from your perspective.
Well, I seemed to get the car every time it was wet. I don't know if that was good or bad. I was just really happy. Minimal mistakes from my part in the wet, and outstanding drive from Nate, and some excellent strategy calls by the pair of us got us where we were ultimately.
Fantastic stuff, mate. And yeah, the conditions, to say they were tricky is a bit of an understatement, but how did you find the conditions there, mate? We saw the rain come in early, obviously a couple of safety cars as well, always challenging.
Yeah, the issue was turn one was always I was wondering whether I was going to make it every time I got on the anchors and turned it in. Especially that water running into the apex there was a bit dicey at times.
And never easy. It's not a good feeling, is it? Wondering whether you can pull the thing up, mate, heading in, especially with those conditions, mate. But congratulations on the result tonight, mate, and a fantastic season overall. We'll see you next time around.
No worries. Thanks for putting on an awesome event, guys. You've done really well.
Great work. Thank you, Smitty. We appreciate those kind comments. Everybody in the stream, thank you so much for all the support, of course, like we said, over the course of the year. There's too many to mention, isn't there, Chuck? But we'll get to them eventually. But, wow, I'm just giving everybody the have a safe and Merry Christmas speech. But, of course, we're back for KRL, aren't we, on Wednesday and Thursday night from 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday at Bathurst, the final round of KRL. That should be awesome. Of course, we got a couple of championship battles. We got Simon, Norm, and someone awesome, I think, are the ones battling for that. I think Norm and someone awesome actually tied on points off the top of my head. I'm not sure, I can't remember. But then, then on to Thursday for the Nissan GTR series. We've got Simon has a little lead going into that, so we'll see how he goes. But yeah. Awesome series again. Thank you everyone for racing this endurance series. Thank you to all the safety car drivers and stuff, safety car procedure. And as I shut a door, because someone leaves doors open in this place, big thank you to everyone. It was a good day, challenging conditions. And congrats to Norm and Nemo and the guys on the podium. Thank you very much for racing as I said, and we'll catch you in 2024.
Fantastic stuff. Summing it up there beautifully, Wilco. And wow, that is a wrap for the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series here on Assetto Corsa. But like we said, we will be back on Wednesday night for more KRL. The final round of our season, of course. GT3s on the Wednesday, followed by the Liam Nissans on the Thursday, of course, from 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Wilco, for everything over the course of the year. You've been absolutely fantastic.
And
oh,
I need to say thank you to you two for
stop
commentating.
it.
What, you had a 6 hour of Spa, 4 hours of Watkins Glen, so there's 10. 4 hours of Kyle Army, there's 14. 6 hours of so there's 20. And then 4 hours of what was this race? I can't remember. Suzuka. So you've done 24 hours of race streaming on a Sunday. So a big thanks to you two. You guys have absolutely smashed it out of the park as normal. And as Barra said a few weeks ago, you make us sim races feel like the real deal for these races. So big thank you to you guys and all the viewers as well. Thank you for watching.
Great stuff, and well said, Wilco. We love what we do. 24 hours over the season. Chuck Norris, and once Nords comes out, a few people in the chat earlier on want us to do a 24-hour stream, but we're waiting to see whether my PC is up to it. But Exorcist Exo subscribing at Tier 1, and he's done that for 2 months. Fantastic stuff. Exo, absolute superstar, champion as well. Another one of the KRL family. But let me tell you, thank you, Chuck Norris, as well, for being with us and being with me, of course, in the commentary box here and listening to some of the strange things I tend to come out with at times, mate, but it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, likewise, Trevor. It's been a pleasure throughout the course of this Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series. I look forward to getting it underway again next year. I feel like it's a big break, but I feel like it's deserved. Big thank you to obviously all the drivers. Big thank you goes out to Andrelli for all his hard work that he's been putting in over the course of this year with the graphics and all those fancy videos and all that kind of stuff wouldn't have been possible without him. But yeah, if we don't see any of you viewers or drivers for Wednesday, Thursday night at KRL, wish you guys all a safe and happy New Year and Merry Christmas, all that kind of good stuff. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Great stuff. Well summed up, Chuck Norris. Thank you, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. We had people watching from all over Australia, all over the world. In fact, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring this to you. But sayonara from Suzuka here for the time being. Don't forget, like we said, KRL is still continuing. Season finale at Bathurst from 8 p.m. GT3's Eastern Time. But be kind to one another, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time around here on the channel. But for now, it's goodbye. See you next time.